Morning, everybody. Aaron, you are on, my friend. Go ahead and take it away.
Morning, everybody. How we doing? Who we got? Lar, what's up? Good morning. Nico, Mikey, Lyle, Mr. Paz, Tommy B, Omar. Remember, you guys got to say hi to me because I can't see all your names listed like normal. Morning, Miss Amanda, RC. Morning, everybody. How we all doing? Hope everybody had a good night. Ready for the day. We'll give everybody a minute or two here to get in, guys. And move you guys over. Switch this up. There we go. All right. Morning, Dario. Ivan, good morning. Amanda, you're number one already with the crown thing. Still don't figure out how that works. Morning, Darren. China on. That's good, RC. Mikey, you got a crown now. You're number one already. You already beat out everybody else. Jeez, crowns are flying around. See, Amanda, you dropped to number two. Morning, Miss Sabrina. Dave, good morning. Mike's all fired up. Very good. Okay, guys, let's get started. So we do have news today. All right, remember, we're drifting back into news events now. So going into today, we've got a couple Fed members speaking, but Trump is speaking at 12:15. So make sure you guys are aware of that. Now, we'll be on during that time. Saudi Investment Forum in DC, but who knows, if that's going to move us around or not. But our big news of the day here is at 2 o'clock. We've got our FOMC meeting minutes, which, we say this. Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Good morning. We already know what's in these, right? This is still why it baffles me. But these are just the minutes from the last meeting. But just a reminder of the markets, I guess. So those are at 2 o'clock. Those will fling us around. All right. So just be aware of that. That's a high volatility news event at 2 o'clock. Now going into tomorrow, no, still tentative for unemployment claims. But going into tomorrow at 8:30, this is a big deal, right? Average hourly earnings in a non-farm employment change. This used to be called NFP. So if you hear anybody talk about NFP, non-farm payroll, that's what they're talking about. Unemployment rate, Philly Fed, but our unemployment claims, this is still tentative. And this is going to move us around a ton. Remember, we had the last one at 3:10 a.m. That's still okay. Just bury it during the European Open yesterday. So, and then we have PMI on Friday. So we do have news events now. All right, now the government's back open. So we'll see. But we do have crude oil inventories. We haven't been talking about crude oil much, but we used to talk about it every single day. But it's really crappy right now. The crude oil inventories are at 10:30. All right. Okay. Usually, this is the big news event of the week for crude oil if you do trade crude oil. And I'll show you crude oil here in a second again, and I'll show you why we're not watching it. It's like the volume has just dropped out of it. So anyway, big news today, 2 p.m. All right, big news today, 2 p.m. All right, so now let's take a look here. We haven't looked at this in a couple of days, but now that we're getting news events out, right, we'll start to see a change come back into our Fed Fund futures. So going into December 10th, which is our next meeting, right, we've only got a 48.6% chance of a cut. Okay. This was at 90. All right, at one time. So this is what the market's pricing in now. Okay, it's taking a while, but we're pricing in this percentage of a rate cut. All right, and that's why you've seen the markets really die off as far as their bullishness. And when you zoom out, um, there's just, you know, all these numbers are really dropping, right? These percentages really dropping. So we say this every Fed meeting, but this is a hugely important one, because Powell's on his swan song, right? He's done in May, and we're gonna have a new Fed chairman. And B, we haven't had any news events to drive us, right? So we're gonna see what he says at that press conference, because remember, on the last press conference, he said that the rate cut in December isn't a foregone conclusion anymore, because, you know, get out your Fed press conference bingo card. You know, everything's data driven. You know, dual mandate, data driven, blah blah blah. But we haven't had the data, right? We didn't have the data for 41 days, right? 6 weeks almost. So we'll see. We'll see. But this is really dropping, right? Really dropping. So I was all confused looking at this, because things had changed so much. And our current rate is 3 3/4 to 4, right? So that's right here. But this is our rate cut percentage. All right. So really dropped. Really dropped. All right. So that's where we're sitting. Remember, December 10th, it seems like a long way away, but it's really not. Okay. Let's get to it. There we go. All right. What's behind the green door? Is there a green door? I don't know what color it is, Ed. I thought it was a brown door behind me. It's either green or brown or gray. I thought it was gray, actually. To be 100% honest with you, I thought it was gray. It's not gray, it's green. Huh. All right. That's the east wing of the mansion behind there. Yeah, there's an indoor pool and two-story garage where I keep all my Lambos. All right. Mr. Paz, good morning. Yeah, it's green. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I know the room's white. I can see the white, Ed. Appreciate it. What am I doing here? You threw me off. It's not yellow. I know that. All right. Now you're just being silly, calling it yellow. I can see yellow just fine. All right. If you guys don't know, I'm color challenged. That's the easiest way to say it. All right. Okay. B-Stone, what's up? How are you? That's the barn. Yeah, there's actually cows behind that door. A whole bunch of them. They're just waiting by the door when I open it. It's crazy. That's right. Very good. All right. Okay, so starting off with the VIX. All right, good times. Good times on the VIX right now. All right. So we had a rollover, right? Now, this is why I say good times. Your continuous, all you TradingView peeps, is not going to look like mine. Let me repeat that. Your continuous VIX contract on TradingView is not going to look like mine. All right? It's not going to. Just giving you a shot across the bow right now. It's not going to look like mine. All right? So here's what it looks like. All right, so we had our rollover. There's our big gap. All right, there's our big gap. That's the rollover. Remember, they just take the new contract and cut and paste it onto the continuous. Okay? So we have dropped right into this potential old contract lows to highs right here. Okay? So we potentially dropped right into a long. Now, TradingView, what you're going to do is you're just going to take these numbers 1805, and you're going to draw from 1805, and you're going to draw to 2520. Doesn't matter if it looks like this. You just need those coordinates. Okay? 1805 to 2520. All right? And that's going to give you this, what we're dropping into here. Okay? All right? Right there. So that's the big deal. Because you can see that we dropped right into a long. All right? Now, so that's the big level. Now, to break this, okay, we'd have to trade. Make sure I got this drawn right. Hang on, let me go out to an hour early here, double check. Oh, I'm not 17. Well, let's go from our lows. Let's be conservative here and go from our lows. So let's draw from same high, 2520, but 1765. So move your draw down just a bit. So you're going to draw from 1765 to 2520. We don't want to misidentify a trend break. That's why I'm going from the extreme lows here. Okay? So 1765 to 2520. All right? So we've got these, that'll give us these 2053s. Now 2053 doesn't exist in the VIX world because it moves in 0.05 increments. So we got to round down to 2050 and then subtract a tick, 2045. So 2045 is the line in the sand. If we break the 2045s, okay, then we have broken this massive long that we've been in longs for a while. Somebody said on the chat the other day, it was funny. They said, so this is like the big, like in a video game, this is like the big villain you have to defeat at the end. This is the last one. This is a big one. Okay? So that's what we're looking at right there. All right? So zooming in, right? The best we can do here, all right, is draw from our highs. That was right where we rolled over, right, to our lows, okay? And that's holding us down. So on TradingView, we should switch. That's what on TradingView, I'm looking at VX1 exclamation point, or however it is. It's like VX1 exclamation point or VX. Yeah, I think it's VX1 exclamation point. Yes. Switch from the Z contract to the continuous, and then just draw from 1765 to 2520. Okay, just those numbers. All right, just draw from those numbers. You might not have the exact prints that I do. Okay, and that's totally fine. That's normal. There's nothing wrong with TradingView or anything. That's just how it is. They roll it early. Okay, so we're going to watch from our where we rolled over our highs here. This was at 7:15 p.m. Eastern to our lows. Okay, and you can see that those are holding. So that's what we're going to kind of use as our line in the sand. All right, so if we stay below these, great, we can continue down. If we break out of these, we're going to make a larger squeeze on the VIX. And of course, what we're going to watch are the highs to lows, right? We're going to watch that highs. That could be the next potential resistance above us. All right. Now, looking at, and you don't have to do this, but this is what it looks like because we've been following along with the Z contract. This is what it looks like on the Z contract. Okay, see how different things look, right? This looks like it's got a great big pullback to make, right? But when you look at it on the continuous contract, we already dropped right into a long. Okay, so it gets a little bit confusing, but that's why we are looking at it the way we're looking at it, right? Okay. So just stick with the continuous, and that's what we're looking at there. Okay? Because that in the grand scheme of things, this is more important. Thanks, Nate. Yeah, Nate, VX1 exclamation point continuous, or the VXZ 2025 is the current. Yep, thank you. Thank you, Nate. How do we catch this if we didn't have TOS to go off of? Oof. You just had to say that, didn't you, Ty? Well, follow along with me. That's the best I can say. That's a good question, Nate, or Ty. That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. Yep. Thanks, Ty. Yeah, let's. What do they say? Let's put a pin in that, and we'll circle back eventually. I'm teasing you because I don't really know. There's no easy answer to that. All right. Thank you, Ty. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right. So that's what we're looking at. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Any other questions? Everybody kind of dialed in as to where we are? Everybody good? Okay. All right. I'm just waiting because sometimes there's a pause on the chat. It takes a couple seconds. I'm just seeing if anybody has any questions. All right. Now remember, I should say, if you're new, remember this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX the index. Okay, VIX the index, a whole nother thing. Okay, thank you, Edward. So this runs inverse. This is why it's so important. This leads the U.S. indices. This is a leader. All right, and it runs inverse. So VIX up, indices down, indices up. Okay. What are your smaller VIX draw numbers? This one right here. Oh yeah, I guess I should give you guys those too. 2210 to 2150. Yeah, 2210 to 2150. All right. Oh, they work out. Yeah, you just draw from the 615 or no 715 high last night to 3:30 a.m. All right. So we'll see. We haven't lifted off yet, but you can see the damage that could happen. All right. If we hold this long, you could see the carnage that could potentially ensue if we start lifting off of these long levels up into targets. Right. So we'll just have to be aware. All right. Okay. Moving on. All right. Bank. Now, these are the financials in our markets. All right. When our financials are going up, creates a tailwind, positive environment for the indices. When the financials are going down, creates a headwind, negative environment for the indices. They don't move tick for tick. All right. So here's where we are. Now, bank's an index, so it doesn't have to be technical. It can do whatever the heck it wants, right? Because it's not traded. But apparently what it looks like is we're running into just a stair step. These were Friday afternoon highs, right, to lows. So it looks like we're just going down in stair steps here. High inside of the previous move to the new low, high inside of the previous move to the new low. So we'll see where we open up and what direction we get moving. But there's not a whole lot of support below us here, right? We've got a ways to go. All right, we've got a ways to, this is a daily chart now. We've got a ways to go to drop back into support, okay, on our financials. So they're a little sketchy. right? They're absolutely a little sketchy right now. You can see how far to drop in. Oh, you guys probably can't see that. Let me move it over. It does 180. There we go. So there we go. You can see how far down that support is on the daily chart, right? So you can see that's spooky, right? So we'll see. You know, all we care about for bank are two things. One is the big macro look, like the weekly look, and then our intraday, right? So we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving, right? And remember, bank gaps up or down, okay? That doesn't mean bearish or bullish. It's direction. It's direction. So, you know, we could gap up, look all pretty. Oh, it's bullish. No, it goes straight down. Okay. So it's just the direction it's moving. Okay. So we'll see where we open up, which way we get going here. All right. So on to the ES. Now, I think I'm going to zoom out to the hourly here. All right. We've got a pullback to make. Okay. There's no doubt about it. So indices like to back and fill all the way on the way down. Okay. So we've got a big squeeze to make, but with the VIX being at that long, we've got to be very careful. All right. So what we're going to watch here going, excuse me, going into the day is highs of the week to lows of the week. Right. So here are Sunday night, Monday, or Monday 3 a.m. highs to lows. All right. So there's our halfway back on the week right there. So you could see a scenario where we could squeeze into these, right? And the VIX hold on to support, you know, and then that would be our next short setup. Now, if these would break, we're making this full pullback, all right? And that full backing and filling pullback is from October 29th to lows, okay? So could we have a squeeze? Yeah, it's coming. Well, we don't have a crystal ball, right? But if you guys have been following along at all, you know that on the way down, indices love to back and fill. We could even come up here and break these, right? Look at last time, right there. We were sloppy, right? That's the tricks and traps of the ES, right? Because we follow the VIX. Because the VIX is perfect, ES isn't, all right? So we'll see going into the morning here. Now let's look at our gap fill. All right, our gap fill is actually below us today. Okay, so there's that halfway back on the week up there, right? And then our gap fill is down here at 37.75. Okay, 37.75. So 47.57.75. Let's see. Let's see if I can nail it. 57.75. Oh, look at that. Tamika, almost. I've only done that once. I think some of you guys are around to see it. 71.75. Almost. Okay. So there's our 20 points. All right. So we open at 9:30 within 20 points. Okay. We've got about a 70% chance of filling this gap. All right. If we're going to open up outside of these 20 today, we could start this squeeze. We could absolutely start this squeeze, at least into our halfway back on the week. Okay. And remember, we have an unfilled gap from yesterday up here at these 90. It was 93.75, I think. Let me put a line up there. Oh, there we go. So we've got this unfilled gap from yesterday as well. All right. So if we do open up outside of these 20 and the VIX is falling, right? And the VIX is falling, then we could squeeze. We could absolutely squeeze. So let's use, I would almost use these highs, right, kind of as our resistance, but these 20 points are a big deal. Just understand, if we open outside of these 20, we've got about a 50-50 shot of filling the gap. We open inside of the 20, a 70% chance. So really no edge outside of 20, 70% inside of 20. And then we'll have to watch here, because we don't know if there's any longs below us. No longs below us have held, right? It's all going to depend on the VIX. So you could see a scenario this morning where if the VIX starts to lift off of this support, right, we fill the gap, continuation of the trend, right? So really interesting, right? Really interesting. Little squeeze overnight. VIX drops into support. There we go. All right. That's what you want halfway back in the day, fill the gap and lift off. Yeah, that's obviously a possibility, right? We would just need VIX weakness, right? We would just need VIX weakness. All right. I mean, there could be halfway back right here. We got some work to do, but we'll see. We'll just let the VIX be our guide, right? If this thing starts melting, look out above, because there's going to be a squeeze, and we know that, right? We know that it will back and fill on the way down, right? But if this thing starts to lift off, right, we're going to fall. All right. Okay. Any questions on the gap fill? Looks like there's potential entries coming. All right, I'm going to delete this for now because we have no idea that would even be there. All right. So you can see that squeeze would take us that halfway back. That full backing and filling is up here at 67.73. All right, that's a long way. So we'll see though. We'll see. We could just chop around down here too. Who knows? All right, remember we've got FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. So that'll definitely move us around. Okay, everybody good? Why are we not drawing from November 12th instead of October 30th? Oh, this one right here? Because this was our high, right? This was our high. Coming out of this, now we're looking at the backing and filling, right? I guess I should preface it by saying that there were these pullbacks, right? Absolutely. There were these pullbacks, hit targets, all that. But this is just from understanding the way the markets move on the way down. When we back and fill on the way down, meaning when I say back and fill, I mean come all the way back. We do it from our highs. We do it from our highest high. That's how a downtrend works on the indices. They'll come all the way halfway back. That's why I've got it drawn from that high. But yeah, there was this highs to lows and it hit target. Yep. And then we've got our halfway back on the week right here. So there's this smaller trend inside of it. But the all the way halfway back is up here. Yep. Okay, moving on. NASDAQ. All right, not much different. All right, halfway back on the week. There we go. Right there. That breaks, we can come all the way halfway back. All right, so you can see that's a long way too. So just watch the VIX, right? That'll tell us everything we need to know. So with the NASDAQ this morning, let the ES gap fill and the VIX be your guide. So the ES starts trading towards the direction of the gap fill, it's taking the NASDAQ with it, right? And then if we bounce, right, the VIX bounces, then we're going to continue down, right? We're just going to, if the VIX lifts off of that long, everything is going to fall. All right. So we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't, right? Hopefully it doesn't. Okay. So there's the NASDAQ, same draws, halfway back on the week, right? Use the ES, that ES high, right? It's about the same as this NASDAQ high right here. And then use those 20 points. Okay. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Okay, tail of two totally different markets. The YM and the Russells have been in shorts for a while. Okay, and the ES and NASDAQ were late to join that party. But on the YM, here's our extension short we drew up yesterday, right? From our lows on the 14th to our lows on the 18th yesterday. There's our pullback, bang, right there. All right, there's your extension short. All right, we got targets down here. So watch bank, right? YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks movements. Okay. Yeah, Dario, it doesn't matter if that draw broke before. Remember, the draws on the indices are just a guide, right? They can break, especially on the ES, tricks and traps of the ES. They can break, that's totally fine because the VIX doesn't. The VIX is the one that leads. Yep. Okay, so on the YM, watch bank, right? So bank opens up and rallies, we could squeeze a little bit here on the YM, but we would have to go up and break this extension to break trend. All right, so we're just kind of chopping around down here right now, nothing too crazy. We'll see as we open and as we get going here. Just keep an eye on bank. That'll bank and the VIX will lead you as far as the YM and the Russells. Okay, so there we're in extension shorts right now. All right, moving on to the Russells. Russells has been in trouble, right? Russells has been in trouble for a while. All right, so we've hit this profit target now. Let me do this for you guys. There it is. All right, there's those highs to lows on the Russells. Remember we were talking about this, how this was spooky, right? That we were holding that, and there we go, target hit. Okay, so we've gone to and through the target, which means we can draw up an extension short. Extension short broke yesterday, so what do? Well, it means we're going to make a pullback. All right, so we look at halfway back on the week. All right, there. All right, this is the most aggressive we can get with the Russells, right there. Right there, didn't break. Even if I draw it right, hasn't broken. Low man, what's up? How are you? Okay, so there's your halfway back on the week on the Russells. That breaks, we could make, again, full pullback on the way down. And as I've started saying over the past week, keep an eye on the Russells because there really might be a big opportunity down the road, okay, to pick up the Russells. All right. So just not today, right? Price will tell us everything we need to know, but down the road there might be a real opportunity, a real wealth creation type trade on the Russells. All right. Okay. So what do we got? All right. Any questions? VIX bank indices before we move forward here. Anybody? Okay. Already tired. It's only 2:50 p.m. All right, everybody good? Okay, moving on. Bitcoin, just being about as technical as you can get. All right. Okay, so we had these large, let me zoom out so you can see it. There we go. We had these larger pullbacks, right? Okay, we've gone to and through those targets. Now we were speculating yesterday which extension short we were going to use, or which extension short it was going to use, because there was our larger one, all right, up here, but then this series of daily moves, we had our more aggressive extension and it traded almost to the tick. All right, just perfect. All right. Now, inside of that, let me get this situated for you. Okay, inside of that, All right, we traded our extension. Targets are down here now at 86,974. Traded resistance, broke the long from lows right there. And guess what? And then there's our next short setup, right? That we're trading right now. See how technical this thing is being? This is so awesome when it does this. All right, so there's our short, right? That smaller target is down here at 89,133, but our target of this extension short is down here at 86,974. Okay, so Bitcoin's got a lot of work to do to break any sort of trend. Thanks, Edward. See you, buddy. All right, but just being perfect, right? Just absolutely being perfect. Okay. All right, so there's Bitcoin, crude oil. I'll show you what I mean by it's just a bunch of junk right now. All right, this is nonsense, and it's been nonsense for a while. We're breaking shorts from highs, breaking longs from lows. Nothing in this mess is holding, and it's not even a range, right? So that's why we're not even looking at it right now. It's since what, mid-October? It's just been this mess, so it's not even worth talking about. All right, much better stuff out there. Speaking of much better stuff out there, funny you should ask. All right, precious metals. So gold and silver are lifting off, or at least trying to. April, I gotta move this over. Hang on. There we go. All right, April 22nd. Oh my gosh, Kamika. Hang on, guys. There. All right, April 22nd of this year to highs. That's our pullback right there. All right. Big targets above us. Big targets way up there, 4607. All right, we've just been chopping around in here, building a big old sneaky snake on top of this extension. But we're starting to lift off. All right, we're starting to lift off. And what we can watch for here is if we break this short, right there. If we break that, right there, see we're starting to get resistance there. If we break that, right, we can draw lows to highs and start buying pullbacks. All right, but starting to lift off. Now look at silver. Okay. All right, there's silver. Hello, right? So there's that long that we were waiting on, right? It was just messing around down there. But the larger pullback here on silver is drawn from July 23rd, highs to highs. All right, that's right there. All right, that's right there. Targets are way up here at 5703. Right inside of that, this was the next. Remember, we don't trade straight from a 50% straight to a target. We need these smaller worker bee moves inside of the bigger one to get us there. All right, and that was the one we were waiting on, and it's just been sitting inside of it, messing around. Then it finally broke this extension short. This extension short that was holding, right, went down to a target. Anchor new low. That broke. All right. So we can start drawing pullbacks here. All right. Boom, boom, boom. So we can start drawing pullbacks now on silver. All right. I really hope we didn't slam into this. Oh, we almost broke that. We'd really like to see, before we drop this pullback, now it still might be there, but we'd really like to see this short break. It's almost there. All right, so we'll see. But look at that just ripping out of there finally. Okay, so go silver, go. All right, moving on to the dollar. Now, really interesting, okay, especially on the euro. Now, this is DXY. This is just an index. This can lie. All right, but from our lows on September 17th to our highs on November 5th, there's still this pullback down here, right? We just haven't rolled over coming out of that. This rising dollar strength, this falling dollar weakness. So remember, that's just an index. Now to the actual currencies, okay, here's the dollar yen. Now the dollar yen's taken off, right? This is dollar strength most of the time, right? This is dollar strength, but we've hit this second extension target from these highs on October 30th, right? There was our pullback, right? There was our pullback from that extension, hit our target right there. Profit taking coming off the target, same anchor, new high, trade, profit target, right? So this thing, this is a lot of dollar strength. If this thing keeps going up, that's dollar strength. Now, if we roll over, dollar weakness. And it's interesting because of where we are on the dollar yen. If we roll over in that dollar weakness, that'll put a tailwind behind the precious metals. Okay, that'll help the precious metals. So here's the euro. Now look where the euro is. From November 5th to our highs on November 13th, we're at that long setup. Okay, now that's a massive, massive long setup. So we want to see short setups break, right? And we're almost to this profit target right here. Coming off of these highs, boom, boom. That was our weak pullback we got, our lazy pullback. So we're almost there. So we'll watch when we get down to these profit targets, right? If we start to squeeze back higher, okay, we could squeeze all the way back up, into this halfway back short. So there's potentially a lot of opportunity here coming up on the euro. I'll keep you guys abreast of that. All right, because there's little shorts that we'll need to break once we get down to this target. Nothing really to do right now, but we'll see when it gets down here. Okay, but this falling dollar strength, this rising dollar weakness. Anchor on the bigger draw is November 5th, 9 a.m. Yep, November 5th, 9 a.m. to our highs on the 13th. Got it? Looks just like that. Here, I'll move it over so you can see it. Okay. All right, so if we continue with dollar strength, right, it just makes it harder on the precious metals to lift off. It makes it harder for the indices to lift off. It's not tick for tick. But if we do start this dollar weakness, if we go from dollar strength trades to dollar weakness trades, then the indices and precious metals are going to have a tailwind behind them. All right. So we'll see. Now moving on to the British pound. All right. Oops. It never broke that short setup. Okay, and that short's from October 28th to our lows down here on November 4th. There's that short. Never broke it. All right, and here's that long below us that has been holding us up, basically. All right, so we're kind of stuck in here between those two, between that short from highs and that long from lows. Right there. All right, so again, lifting off, dollar weakness, falling, dollar strength. All right, let's see, where are the indices? VIX going sideways between that long and that overnight highs to lows. What's that doing to our gap fill? Make sure nothing crazy's happened here. Not really. All right, now don't be surprised, because we see it all the time, right? If we get a squeeze, right, back into highs. That's kind of become the norm. All right. Gap fills down here at 37.75. And there's our 20 points. So as of right now, we're within 20 points. We'll see where we open at 9:30. All right. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Should be an exciting day. Remember, those, don't get caught at those 2 o'clock. What the hell am I doing here? Those 2 o'clock FOMC minutes, right? If you're just taking your happy butt through your day, and then all of a sudden, boom, 2 o'clock hits, and you have no idea what's going on. All right. Okay, any questions, anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? Thanks, Mr. Pass. Okay. All right, thanks, everybody. You guys are the best. I appreciate it. I will be back on at noon send it back over to Tyler. Tyler.
I'm here. I'm here.
All right. All right. Thanks, Tyler. Thanks, everybody.
All right. See you, Aaron.
See you, bye.
All right, everybody. So that was our morning breakdown with Aaron. And for live trading today, we have Ammar coming up. He is, yeah, that's right. Listen to Mikey, everybody. Drop some love, some likes for Aaron. What's up? Oh, look at you guys get me all hyped up this morning. Let's go. You're making me blush. Good to see everybody. I'm glad we're back. No issues today. No Cloudflare issues to deal with. Smooth sailing. So that's good. That's good news. Good trading day yesterday. Hope you guys all did well. We got Ammar back for the 1K to 10K challenge. I think when he was on Monday, the account got into some drawdown. I think he was down to about $500. We brought it back green. I say we, but I mean Ammar brought it back green on Monday. So I'm not sure if you traded it yesterday. Some of you guys might know, but he'll be back on live with us today. And then Aaron's back on for the nooner. And then we'll wrap it up with the man, the myth, the legend, everyone's favorite, Duke Nukem. He's going to give us a little bit of Tinder ticker this afternoon. See if we got any overnight snipes that are lining up or not. So stick around. It should be another full day, StockDads TV. Some good fun. I think we probably will do some giveaways this afternoon too. So make sure you guys are hanging out. We're going to step away for a quick break and we'll get Ammar set up and we'll be back on for New York Open. So stay tuned, everybody. StockDad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Trade8, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. Payouts What's up, everybody? We're about 5 minutes to market open here. I'll have Ammar joining me as soon as he hops on. Looking at the NQ daily chart, and this is just the 2-minute chart over here, but let me change this too. So opening up right in the middle of yesterday's range. Doesn't give me a ton of conviction one way or the other. So I'm not real excited about longs or shorts on NQ unless we can kind of get up above this 24,788 area or get down below this 24,536 area. And then if we can do that, maybe look to see if we can either break the highs or lows. So that's what I'm watching on NQ futures. I'm going to stay patient with that. Just don't love where we're opening. What are you guys watching today, chat? Anybody have any tickers that they think look good for a move today? Anything standing out to you guys? Morning, John. Lomenko, do the charts look any better? Do things look a little bit better with the new Kodak? The AV1? The video making a little bit of a push pre-market here. Looks like we're going to open right around 185s, 184, right near yesterday's highs. We'll see here. I could see some volatility out of Nvidia right at the open that then sort of chops around the rest of the day leading up to earnings. But we'll see. Coin. Caught some of this coin breakout, but this chart's faded pretty hard. Doesn't look nearly as good as it did. Guess it makes sense with the crypto overall pullback. Did anybody trade with Ammar yesterday in Discord? Any idea how he did on the 1K to 10K challenge? Any progress? Another day, another crypto pullback. It's yeah. I don't think crypto's done just yet. Pretty clean double top on the Microsoft weekly chart. Interesting sweep of these lows. Depending on how this weekly bar closes to make this chart interesting. Still break even, okay. Didn't catch the trade from yesterday. It was away for 5 minutes. Surgery. Did you, Ethan, you got surgery? Ethan Grubbs? What surgery did you get? If you talked about it in Discord, I haven't seen it. Seeing some selling right before open here. We are officially open. wonder if Ammar remembered he's joining us today, or if he's just running late. To mark out our opening print for the day. Open at 24,611.50. Smack dab in the middle of yesterday's range. Remove 3 of my wrist bones. Oh man. And I don't know what a full proximal row carpentectomy is, but it sounds like it's a surgery where they remove 3 of your wrist bones. Did you do that because you had an injury, or? All right, so we're still seeing. Oh, I think I hear Ammar. I think he's here. What's up, buddy? How are you? I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, what do you got your eye on today? Yeah,
Just looking at SPY at the moment.
I was just mentioning we're opening in the middle of yesterday's range. Has me just wanting to stay patient for a while.
Yeah. I'll stay patient. Beep, 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 beep. Nvidia and Google are green.
Yeah, and the video saw a little
But it's selling off.
yeah, I actually mentioned that. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nvidia get a little volatility push out of the gate that then kind of just fades in ranges leading up to
Look at Google go.
nice gap though on Nvidia.
All right, let's see what
Well,
Google
not a
will
gap
do.
actually.
It's
That's
been
the hourly
rejecting
chart.
this
That was the
area.
daily chart.
Looks like finance is green. Manufacturing is a little bit green.
How was your trading day yesterday, Ammar?
Good. We're 20% on the small account.
Nice. Good
Yeah.
stuff. So does that mean we're I keep saying we plural, but does that mean you're up like $200 on the $1,000?
$200.
Nice push by the indexes here. Very strong 2-minute bar. 50 points. Wow, Google's really pushing.
Yeah, Google's really pushing. It's coming to
Well,
test that 293.99 level. Let's see.
I believe Berkshire, Warren Buffett just disclosed a massive position in Google. I saw a funny meme yesterday. It was like the Google weekly chart. It's like straight up. And it was like Warren Buffett just put $2 billion into this chart and you're bearish on AI.
We could just take NVIDIA to 186.57. As soon as I see that, we get a rejection.
Google is actively making new all-time highs.
Yep, just made new all-time highs.
Ooh, she's a runner. She's a track star.
I will not be touching that unless she gives us a little pullback or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. She looks like she might be runaway. We'll see. See if it'll give us a little bit of a flag.
Just today.
See if it can bring the rest of the market up with it. Can get a little bit of a pump fest in the tech sector today. Meta, Microsoft, AMD, Red, Netflix, mixed bag today. Google and NVIDIA really the two big names that are green. The other big names are red.
Yeah.
Well, Ethan, I hope you're healing up well, man.
What happened to Ethan?
He had to get surgery and get 3 bones removed from his wrist.
Ouch. Apple filled the gap.
Mm-hmm.
Google's been on a tear ever since that swing low.
Yeah, it has been.
So from April of 25 to now, it's been up 109%.
That's what I'm saying. And Buffett's going in heavy. So
Yeah.
that chart may have some legs to it, man.
Listen, I'm waiting for a pullback all the way down to like 260 before I get into like Google long term.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she ain't stopping. She didn't stop him on. And Apple's going also.
Let's just get in
But
unison
Apple
here,
got a lot
boys.
of resistance here.
Let's resume the bull market, eh? I like longs. Bull market resumed. We read that the cloud flare issue yesterday, which is apparently
Again?
the one yesterday.
Yeah.
Apparently, it was just like one. I forget exactly how they worded it, but it was just like one program that got too large, ran out of storage.
Guys, I'm looking at SPY calls. Looking at the 665s. I'm looking to pick up 2.
I actually snagged some NQ longs, but I didn't want to say it publicly since we were already kind of extended. Got a bit of a wide stop.
I am filled at 1 point.
When I saw Google was running, I was like, I want to get a little piece of this gravy train. It's a nice looking 15 bar on ES and NQ. The Dow not so much below its open. Russell holding its open.
Oh, there we go, baby. There we go.
Yeah, let's go. Up quick on those calls. Quick pop on the cons. Coming into this level where we rejected pre-market on NQ 24, 7, 28, 29. See if we can break above these pre-market highs and head up towards yesterday's high. I took a trim on my NQ trade. I'm at 676.
Took a chim, huh?
A chim. We took a chim, hey, a chimmy. Nice. I think we just
Chimichanga.
Yeah, we popped the pre-market highs here. About 1 minute to go on this 15-minute candle. See if it can close strong. Let's go. We're pushing, baby. How those calls looking?
Pretty good.
Ew.
160.
Let's go. Anybody snag the SPY calls with Ammar? It moved quick, so if you weren't on it, I'm sure the cons moved fast. Solid 15-minute close. See if we can get some more follow through here. And I didn't think my entry was very good, and now now looking at it, it's like, all right, that's a pretty solid entry.
Come on, let's go with SPY and make some new highs.
Thank you, Google. Google just almost tagged 300. 299.93. Oh, there it is. There's 300. 300 for Google. Is Google gonna come for the market cap king here? Is it coming for Nvidia's crown?
All right, guys, I am taking my win here, and I'm looking to close SPY.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. What kind of percent did you lock on those?
15%.
Nice.
Like I said, it's FOMC. I'm not trying to hold on to anything.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't juice a little more than that, to be honest. That was a nice quick move.
Yeah, look at Q selling off now.
What am I doing here? And 137.
Got 160 if anyone needed to get filled.
See if we can get up to test yesterday's highs here. ES level right here. See if we can break. This is the area here. So we got FOMC minutes today. Not actually any sort of rate decision or anything like that, but should give us an idea. And so what the Fed is thinking. Those are this afternoon, right?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, yeah, that's what I thought.
Eastern.
After live trading today, we got Aaron back for his afternoon breakdown in the nooner. And then this afternoon, the man, the myth, the legend, Duke Nukem is going to be on for a little Ticker Tinder. See what charts are looking sexy. Swiping right. We're swiping right on some long boys. Let's go. Give us some more follow through. That's a nice little pop. Yes, tagged 66.72. Let's go, baby. This is, I mean, Q trade just hit like 100 points for me. Take a little more off here. I'm holding 3 M&Q runners at 676, but I had 10. I've taken off 7, so just gonna put a stop at break even and see what I can get with the rest of these. Not totally against even adding back into this if the market wants to trend.
Oh my God, Google. Jesus, 300.
$300.75.
Alright, starting to reject a little bit.
Apple flipped a small green. More names starting to flip green here. If you look at the heat map. If you guys are eyeing up any tickers for a potential swing trade, make sure you're on for Tinder Ticker.
Tinder Ticker.
Ticker Tinder. I said that backwards. I said Tinder Ticker. I mean Ticker Tinder. Put them in the chat. Duke will take a look and give you his thoughts. 20 minutes into market open here. Make sure you guys are using code StockDads at all your favorite prop firms. Tradeify, My Funded Futures, Lucid. Always get you the best discount.
You guys can use code Ammar to get 0% off also.
0% off.
I don't have a code, that's why.
NQ making new highs here. Just tagged my upper level here. See if that can break. Next stop would be yesterday's high, which is another 50-ish points from where we're currently at. Anybody still holding SPY?
Yeah, if anyone's holding SPYs at 1.80.
Let's go, baby. By the way, my reasoning for continuing to hold these runners after catching a nice move has a lot to do with the fact that Google and NVIDIA are both...
Tony's still holding.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even sniffed a red bar on the chart. So, I mean, NVIDIA's first 5-minute bar of the day was red, but hasn't had a smidgen of a pullback since. Google has never even heard the word pullback before.
Hey, oh, dude, I should have played that NVIDIA. See, that quick scalp.
So that definitely...
That gap fill.
Holding 3 micros here, floating about $800 worth of profit.
A lot of good plays, a lot of stuff running, but I'm just afraid of that meeting. Anything could happen.
All right, here's yesterday's high on NQ. Just pushing, baby. I'm going to take one more of these off. By the way, guys, if you're, someone who trades futures, this is a great example of what you can do with just micros. 3 micros just hit $900, so you don't need to trade with big size. You got volatility in the market. I took another one there.
Dang, contact 2. All right. I gotta stop looking.
I know, Ammar. I'm like, oh man, you cut them at 15%, and they're going crazy. You gotta hit that 1K to 10K challenge today. Just load up on these bad boys, hold them.
Right.
She's going to the moon.
All right, this is where it's rejected multiple times last night. So if you guys were eyeing, I would be careful here.
Yeah, we are. NQ is right at previous day high. ES or SPY hasn't quite got there yet. Ideally, if we'll continue to trend today, we'd see a little bit of sideways action here soon. A little flagging that pushes higher. Don't want to see the harsh rejection if we're going to continue to hold longs.
Listen, if you get rejected here, I'm thinking of picking up some puts to the downside.
Ooh, Mars going to fade it. Man, that's crazy. That's this is fading some strength. Let's see. Yes has got seven
Oh,
and a
Q's
half
is running.
points.
Google is pushing Q's, isn't it?
That's what I'm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless I mean, Google is starting. Well, not. I mean, not really. It's. I'm looking at the 1 minute chart. I checked the 1 minute chart to see if Google had a single red 1 minute candle. It has a couple, but not many.
Yeah, right. Google said bye bye.
VIX is still selling. Let's go, baby. Ammar, what's Baller Source Rex asked what the small account balance is at now?
1,217.
Okay, $1,217. All right.
Yeah.
How the XBX calls going? They move well. They pamping for you.
XPS.
Baller Source Rex said he jumped into XBX calls.
I mean, they should have.
Yeah. Depending on when he got in, you know. But at this point, it looks like you could have got in anywhere because we're still making new highs. He sold around 20% profits.
Oh, shit, brother. Shit.
Oh, Ammar.
Gotta get that jar back up, you know?
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, sweet. That's a nice little run there. Got us from 8 to 13. And more getting $5 in there. I like it.
There's no stopping this.
If you trade Google, do you go with the Goog ticker or do you go with the Google ticker?
We gotta go with the L. We gotta go with the L.
Yeah, I agree. But it looks like Goog might be up even more. Let's see.
I don't even look at that. I just look at Google. Google do.
So without the L, hit 302.43. With the L, hit 301.90. I don't know what the difference is, to be honest with you. NQ over previous day's high and hasn't wanted to slow down yet. Let's see, I'm up about 1,500. I'm about to just go flat here. I mean, how greedy does one guy want to get, you know? Let's go, baby.
Real? Why was I such a pussy?
Let's go. Ripper.
These just hit 100%.
I got one micro. It's up $433. One micro. We're locking in over 200 points on this trade. Let's go, baby.
This thing is not stopping.
No, we're smacking through the highs. We are getting squeezed, baby.
I feel like this is either rumor or sell the news today.
Ooh, let's go. YM starting to join the party. The Russell too. Both of those just pushed to, well, the Russell pushed the new highs on the day. YM still not over its pre-market high. Don't even look at where those SPY calls are at. Yowzers! I at least want to see a 2-minute bar close red before I take off this last one. You'd think at least some sideways action is due here soon.
Dear.
If whether or not you caught a nice winner today or you paper handed, either way, either way, journal your trade in TradeZella, ladies and gentlemen. TradeZella's got a big Black Friday sale coming up. Make sure you use code StockDads. They posted on their Instagram. It'll be the biggest sale they ever did. We had them on the other day. We all know how good it is. All right, I just closed my last con. Solid.
Q's gonna be breaking this trend.
I was happy. I'm happy with my profits on the day. I'm gonna sit back and vibe out now, baby. I don't know. Maybe we got to get some lucid accounts going. Start trading some more test accounts. How's everybody doing, chat? How we doing? Anybody catch some long boys today? Get in on this squeeze action. Today's trade for me, I feel bad. I didn't like notify it to the chat because we had. I'll pull up my chart and just show you real quick, but get to the right spot.
Listen, I'm just waiting for some sort of pullback. Pull back a little bit so I can get back in again. Maybe follow this train. But nothing wants to do a little pullback. Holy moly.
So here's what I was watching this morning, chat. You got the 2-minute chart on NQ, and we were battling the opening print. We put in this hammer, this green hammer, and we were starting to get this strong bar here, and it was right around this bar here. My entry was 676, 24,676, and based off of my trading system, the way I'm looking at this is like, all right, my entry's at 676. Technically speaking, with my system, I should put my stop down here at 24,570s, which is like a 100-point stop. And I'm like, I don't want to encourage anybody to get into a trade that's got a 100-point stop. But the reason I took it was looking at Google and NVIDIA, both, large market cap names. Both of them were going crazy. And it just gave me a little bit of conviction that this strength was going to continue and get a little bit of a follow through.
$10 a.m. reversal? I don't think anything is reversing with this. What's going on?
Listen, chat, if you guys want to try to fade this strength, you're braver men and women than me. But I am definitely someone who likes to trade with the trends, so I'm definitely not interested in shorts. But you guys do you. I am not here to talk you out of anything. We save that for Ticker Tinder when we try to, you know, keep you from swiping right with your drunk goggles on. Yeah, this is just a lot of strength. Sauna, you know, I the only way I would consider shorting this market right now would be if I found an individual name that was showing a lot of relative weakness.
Walmart.
Walmart has
Zom.
earnings after the bell today, I believe, right?
I believe Zom is selling off.
So Netflix is still red. Netflix is still pretty red. Walmart's red. XOM's red. Amazon's still red.
XOM just like kind of sold off. Jeez.
Yeah, so for me, if I were considering shorting this market, it would definitely be on one of those weaker. Yeah, Netflix is. We got this huge push. Netflix is just selling off. So like, if I was gonna try to fade this move, it would be on one of those weaker names, Sauna. I personally wouldn't try to fade ES or NQ right now. That's the way I would trade it, but. We'll see how this first hour goes. We got 23 minutes this first hour, but if this first hourly bar closes with this kind of strength, I mean that's a an indication that we could see a little bit of trending action today, but we'll see. I mean, take a look at the ES and NQ 5-minute chart. There's not a single red bar. NQ has put in 3 red bars on the 2-minute chart, and all 3 of them are little dojis.
A little pullback.
Honestly, a pullback back into like yesterday's highs or something that holds. Could be the entry.
A little pullback so I could get back in one more time for the upside.
Oh wow, that NVIDIA 5-minute chart. Wow, that's an interesting 5-minute bar. NVIDIA actually did sell, like, reject kind of hard, but then put in a pretty big wick.
Have you seen the show Ted Lasso?
So I'm familiar with this show, but I haven't actually watched it.
Okay, you need to watch it.
Yeah, I hear it's good.
Yeah, for anyone who's seen it,
He's a soccer coach, right?
Yeah, but I just heard they're coming out with season 4.
Oh, nice. Is it on
Excited about
Netflix or
that.
what is it on?
Apple TV.
Apple TV. Okay. Is Apple TV a paid subscription? I think I got it to watch.
Yes.
Oh, what's the name of the show? I'm changing my name to Edward Paperhands. Man, what's the one where they get the 2 parts of your brain and they separate it? So like you go, you have like your
Servants,
Severance.
something like that?
Severance. That's the word I'm looking
Severance,
for. Did
yes.
you watch that one?
I saw the first episode. I got bored of it, but apparently I need to like stick with it to make
Yeah,
it better.
It's funny you say that because I suggested to some family members that they watch it, and I think they watched the first like episode and said the same thing as you. And I actually remember thinking that during probably maybe the first 1 through 3 episodes at least, thinking like, oh man, this is like kind of slow. But you know, halfway through season 1, and the way season 1 ends, oh man, I was hooked. It gets really good.
All right, maybe I'll need to give it another try.
Yeah, it gets good. Good ending too. Both satisfying and frustrating at the same time. I think Breaking
no
Bad still
pullback
takes...
whatsoever.
No, not at all. Not at all. Look at that.
Breaking Bad.
I think that's still my number one. It's my number one show.
You think? Yeah, Breaking Bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Number one.
It's one of the shows that I've like rewatched multiple times, and like I still find it to be entertaining, even though I know it's.
There's only one show I can rewatch over and over, which I have. The Office.
I do like The Office. The Office is good.
Hands down, the only show I can watch it over and over again.
I mean, look at that. We got a couple dojis on the 2-minute chart. So, you know, you try calling the top on this trend right now and getting yourself the 10 a.m. reversal, right? You're probably eating a stop here. For me, you know, if you want to fade it, I'd want to see some sort of potential lower high, whether it's on the 1-minute chart, the 2-minute chart, the 5-minute chart, whatever time frame you like to trade from. But, you know, would want us to make a high, pull back, come back up, you know, try to make a new high, fail, so it gives us a potential lower high that then you can look for a short entry. But I'm with Ammar. I would rather see a pullback here to get back in longs than I would trying to fade this. At some point, though, we may get extended. We'll see.
And we are extended.
Yeah, we are extended. That's true. But I know I've heard Aaron say this, and every trader says, you know, who are we to say the market can't go any higher or it can't go any lower?
All right, here's my prediction. I think this is what's going to do. It's going to come down a little bit, kind of stand around, and do this type of thing.
Mm-hmm. So we're in full flagging, basically.
Once the meeting is, right, and once the meeting is starting and stuff, once the news comes out, we're going to go down like this. And we're going to have them then another massive candle to make highs. Then we're going to do another sideways to end the day.
And just end near these highs? That's the prediction? Let's put it on Poly Market, see what the odds are. Google still making new highs here. We got 15 minutes to the first hourly close. So market's straight up right now. We gotta wait around here for some sort of pullback for an entry. Mm-hmm. We'll just do. I'm gonna do a little Q&A, get to know Ammar here. You wait for your pullback. I'll ask you some questions.
Sure.
You said the other day your hat. You said from Palestine? No, not Palestine. Pakistan. Is that what you said? Pakistan. Yeah. Were you born there? I was. You immigrate? How old were you when you came to the States?
I believe 9 years old.
9 years old. Okay.
Mhm.
And where did you move to? Do you still
So
live
we
where?
came here and we were in Newburgh, New York.
New York. Okay, yeah.
Then we moved down to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, home of the Little League.
Yeah, that's right. We did
Shout out.
briefly discuss that. All right, you lived in PA for a while. Okay.
Then we moved upstate here, and I've been here since for the like past 20 years.
20 years.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Are you single or are you in a relationship?
I am married.
Married? How long you been married?
Married for 3 years now.
3 years. Nice. Congrats. Congrats.
Yeah. Thank you.
I
Thank
hit
you.
I hit 10 years this year.
Oh, congratulations. A
Yeah.
big 10-0, huh?
Yeah, big one this year. Look at this market, ladies and gentlemen. Yowzers.
Yeah,
I held my
man.
trade for 250 points and I'm feeling like paper hands. Hot damn.
No, this is my mistake on the okay. Like, once in a while, you just have to like tell yourself that you made a poo poo. That's why journaling is important.
Mm-hmm. Trades
But there was
up.
no reason for me to get out. Like I got scared because I got this a little bit of a pullback right here. This 1 minute pullback.
Yep.
What I should have done is, go to a higher time frame. Higher time frame. What is this candle? This is an indecisive candle, so I should have held on a little bit longer because we don't know where the market is going because of this indecisive candle.
Mm-hmm.
I would have held it a little bit longer. Look at this. Sometimes you just make a bad play.
Yeah, you put in some sort of rule for yourself, like, oh, and with options, as long as you're sized accordingly, obviously sometimes 0 days can move quickly, but for the most part, you give yourself some sort of rule, like, I want to wait for a 2 minute or a 5 minute candle close, because if you would have done that on any trade today, you'd still be in it.
Right. But I'm also playing with a small account. You guys have to remember. I don't have wiggle room.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, he talked about that earlier. When the account is still as low as it is, he likes to lock his wins, stack wins, and then once he's got a little bit more of a larger account balance, he starts to hold some runners a little bit more. We did talk about that, I think, either earlier this week or last week.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of day job did you work before you got into trading full time, Ammar?
Well, I was a pharmacy tech for like about 4 years, and then Verizon.
Okay.
And just like everyone here during COVID,
Got
wanted to do
the
something
bug,
different
yeah.
instead of just sitting at home. That's when I got into trading.
You got any hobbies outside of trading?
Yeah, I mean, I like hiking. I was into photography big, but I've been away from it. Just haven't traveled that much to do it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Sports, all kinds of them. I'm in a cricket league here.
Oh, no way. That's
just-
awesome.
just
You might be
one,
the only person
you
I know that plays cricket.
Yeah, man.
That's sick, though.
We won our league this past summer.
Nice.
Shout out to the Rochester Rangers.
Rochester Rangers. Let's go, baby. Can you give me some Rochester Rangers merch?
We're gonna be making new ones next year, so yes.
All right, hook me up. Hook me up. I'll definitely rock the cricket merch for the Rochester Rangers.
Maybe we'll get StockDads to sponsor it.
Yeah, there you go. Or you could get the Rochester Rangers to sponsor StockDads TV, and maybe you guys would get a lot of fans out to your games.
Oh yeah.
Do you have any kids?
No kids at the moment.
Okay, so I'm assuming you've probably never watched the animated series Bluey.
Bluey?
Bluey, yeah. They're from Australia, but it's a family of blue heeler dogs. Great show.
Yep, never.
Fantastic
Never.
show. Fantastic show.
Back in the day, I did watch Blue's Clues.
Oh yeah, this is way better. Way better. This show's like it's got the Blue Dog vibes, but it's not only entertaining for children, they make it good for the adults too. Anyway, they play cricket in that show. And I guess that's big in Australia.
Yeah. Huge in Australia.
Yeah.
Cricket and rugby and drinking beer.
Hey, I like me a cold one every now and then. Went to Scotland once. My wife has some friends from there. Big rugby people in Scotland. Everybody you met played.
Big football guy.
When you say that, do you mean European football or American football?
Americano.
Americano. The old pigskin.
Yeah, big Giants fan. Been the disappointment for like past 6 years. We had a little hope this season, which went down the drain when, our players got hurt. On to the next year.
That might have been your only pullback, Ammar.
I know.
Where'd you get 20 points on NQ?
Right, it wasn't even a pullback.
Yeah. Jeez.
We're running three fantasy leagues this year in StockDads.
So I heard a rumor. Hopefully I'm not spoiling anything here. Of a app that's like fantasy football for trading. That
I've heard that too.
That StockDads might be involved with. So I'm hoping hoping that comes out soon. That's something we can have a little fun with on stream.
Oh yeah.
Get all the StockDads traders and get the chat, getting all of us join some leagues and compete. Let's go. Yeah. That'd be fun.
Sounds cool. They're fixing out the bugs right now, so
nice. They're just vibe coding it with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I don't think that's what they're doing, guys. That's how I code.
Google up 6.3%.
We got Ticker Tinder later this afternoon. That'll be at 1 o'clock after Aaron is back on with the nooner, recapping this morning's action. We got a Tradeify giveaway today. First Tradeify giveaway. Nice.
All right. Is this the pullback we've been looking for?
Let's see.
You know what they mean. Listen, if I do get in off this pullback, I'm looking at 669 calls. Probably gonna pick up like 3-ish conish.
Say that strike for me one more time.
No wonder.
Mark, can you say that strike for me one more time that you're watching?
669 calls.
Okay. On watch right now?
Yeah, but I mean, I want more of a pullback. This isn't even giving me anything. This is just teasing.
Yeah, with how fast this moves,
right.
I just want to keep an eye on them so I can help the chat. If anybody wants to get involved.
What it means.
669 is currently trading right around $1. 104. This afternoon, guys, during Ticker Tinder with Duke, we're going to give away one Tradeify 50K growth account. You got to be on stream to win. So make sure you guys stick around for that. Did you see? I know a bunch of prop firms are losing Project X. I think they're going exclusive with Top Step. I'm assuming that Lucid will be affected by that. This of Trade of 8. $669 strikes down to about $91 here.
What it means
91 cents.
to find your dreams come true.
Give us
What's
the
the
pullback
rule
to
on playing
yesterday's
some music
high.
on the stream?
Say that again.
What's the rule of playing music on the stream?
So I think we have to avoid stuff with licensing issues because we are a business and we have a Discord subscription and our affiliates for prop firms and TradeZella, code StockDads. I think if that's the case, I don't think you can play anything that's licensed. What we need to do is come up with a good license-free playlist. I just don't know how many good ones are out there. What we gotta do, Mars, we gotta just make our own AI music. We can become music artists, and then we'll play our own music on stream.
With AI, it can be anything.
Yeah, we can rap about no pullbacks, just straight to the moon. Bull season back in effect.
Listen, I want 665.13 tested. And if it can get a bounce from there, that's when I'll look to enter calls. Otherwise, you know, I'll sit on hands. I don't care.
We're vibing. John Carter, what is the trade account for? What do you mean by that specifically? It is a Tradeify is a prop firm, and we're gonna give it away to one viewer. It's a 50K growth account from Tradeify, which I would assume most people are familiar with prop firms, but if you're not, they are firms that allow you to pay to trade with simulated funds and prove you have trading skills, and if you meet certain requirements, you then can earn payouts and eventually get moved to live capital. For anyone who's not familiar with prop firms, if you're newer to trading. You a prop firm guy at all, Ammar? I know you said you didn't do any codes or anything. Do you trade with them at all, or you just go all cash account?
Cash account. Not really big into futures.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a lot more risk than options.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely is, obviously, right? Like, I mean, any position you have open, essentially your entire account could be at risk, right? You know?
Right. And, you know, I like to get a little frisky now and then, so.
It is, some of the risk settings that the platforms have are nice now because with the margin that you get with futures, you know, you can trade nonstop, basically. Putting some parameters around yourself on the platforms with the risk settings is a nice feature that they've added over the years. Yeah, with how much you like to trade SPY though, I'm surprised you don't dabble a little bit.
Oh, I have.
Yeah. I feel you. Just not just like the options. I feel you. I go through trends where I'll have periods where I trade more futures, and then I go through periods where I'm focusing more on options.
Looking about me now and then.
Google has finally seen a smidgen of a pullback. Officially made new all-time highs at 303.31. Up nearly $17 on the day, over $17 on the day. Hit about $20 on the day, 6%. You, baby. Thank you, Mr. Buffett. Okay, well, we are officially an hour into the day. Strong close.
On again.
Sitting right at Monday's close here. All right, I think she's gonna give us the pullback maybe we've been looking for here. Let's see.
Lights. Believe in shooting stars.
More, what are your, you said you're in 3 fantasy football leagues. What are your fantasy football team names? You get jiggy with it? You get a little creative or what?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
So one league I had Calvin Ridley, so riddle me this.
Oh, okay. Look at this guy. He's a riddle master.
Another one I have Jamar Chase, so all about that chase. Yeah.
All about that chase. Jamar Chase, he did the Steelers dirty earlier this year.
He spit at Jalen Ramsey.
Oh yeah, he got the 1 game
what
suspension.
An idiot, dude! I'm trying to make a playoff push.
Do you guys do you get creative with the punishments for last place?
Not really, because everyone's like just so far away from each other.
Yeah.
What it told me a month ago.
Oh, looks like I lied, guys. We're not getting a pullback. We're just gonna flag.
I don't know. Flag. These candles are indecisive candles unless we got like this big long candle up to the upside. Hey, Mona Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, with this strong of an uptrend, we move into a bull flag for the next 30 minutes or an hour would not be surprising at all.
What do I know? Lights.
Oh, DJ, I don't know if you're watching. My wife is requesting some StockDads merch. The what's the?
Yeah, same. My wife is also.
What's the one hoodie? It's got like the bright pink on it. I forget what it is.
Miami Vice one.
Yeah, like the Miami Vice style ones. The back of that hoodie, she wants you to put the graphic on the back of that hoodie on the front of a crew neck. That's her request. That's what she's want. She's styling it. If you guys weren't here yesterday for trading the game show, Fuzz traded Lady Leverage, but she was just too sharp in trivia this week that it made up the difference. She won the game show by $40. was a heck of a battle. What kind of tunes you like jamming to, Ammar?
Some old Kanye.
Yeah, okay.
All right, guys, we're kind of going sideways. The market is deciding what it wants to do. Tell me nothing.
Guys, I just pinned the comment to the chat that has the contact info link. Make sure you guys fill that out if you haven't yet. Just so we can make sure we have your contact information to get you set up with any of the giveaways. So we have Tradeify this afternoon. Sean, I don't know if Sean Campbell is on stream today, but did I believe Callan did reach out with your Lucid account. So I don't know if you're on, Sean, but if you are, hopefully you got your email. No, if you've already filled it out, Tony, you don't have to do it again. All right, nice, Sean. Cool, cool, cool. No, you don't need to fill it out again. If you fill it out once, you're good. I just wanted to put it back in case there's anybody new. Nvidia just flagging hard. Google seeing a very minor pullback. Let's see what maybe some of the weaker names.
Google. All right, Google. Let's see if you can come down and test 298. Oy.
So, Ammar, how similar is cricket to baseball? Like, you have
Very different.
very different. Do you have like outfield positions when you're playing defense?
Yup. There's 10. So there's one who bowls, one who catches, so the catcher.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have 9 people fielding. So you have total 11 players. You can hit the ball anywhere you want as a batter. It's 360. If it goes over the boundary,
Also, like you can
without
even like
bouncing.
pop it up like up behind, behind your
Behind
head
you,
or
yeah.
behind you. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Oh wow.
anywhere you want. So if you hit the ball and it doesn't bounce and goes over the boundary without bouncing, it's 6 runs.
Okay.
If what's the name? If it bounces and then hits the boundary, then it's 4 runs.
Okay.
And if it doesn't, and you can like run between the pitch to score before the fielder can catch the ball and
They have to throw it to the
get you
catcher.
out. Yeah.
Okay. In order to basically get them out at like you would at home,
Yeah.
essentially in baseball.
Right.
That's
All right.
cool.
Is this the pullback we've been waiting for?
See
I
here,
think so.
669 calls are trading
All right.
at 71, 72 on the bid ask.
No trigger's been pulled, but
Still a strike. You're watching the 669s.
yep, I'll look to pick up 3 cons if we do get a bounce.
Yes, almost back into yesterday's high.
More physical, definitely cricket.
Cricket's more physical. Is that what you said?
Yeah. There's a game that lasts 5 days, so
That's 5 days, a version of cricket?
yeah.
That's crazy.
It's called Test Cricket, and the game can last up to 5 days. You want to know what's the worst part?
What?
It sometimes doesn't even have a winner, and so you just have to call it a draw.
You're telling me after 5 days of battling it out, you could just end in a tie?
Yep.
No, they gotta change that rule, Ammar. Listen, I'm all about getting on board with cricket, but we gotta fix that.
But they made a more exciting one. It's called like T20, which lasts like 4 hours. That's like the new fan favorite now.
Okay, what's like a standard cricket game when you go play in your cricket league in New York? What?
We do like the short version, you know.
So just like an
We're not
hour or
playing for
something.
5 days. Yeah.
Give it a spike into yesterday's high, and then put in a hammer.
Yeah, do something.
That could also just be too straightforward. All right, there's ES, just tagged previous day's high from above.
All right. Testing yesterday's highs.
Cons that we're looking at are trading right around 60 cents right now. Gotta do my GameStop check-in.
All right, getting a little bounce off that. I would feel more comfortable if it can come down a little bit more. Into like 664, but okay, maybe not.
All right, that's like the really straightforward 2-minute pullback into previous day's high buy setup trigger, but it almost feels too straightforward of a pullback. You know what I mean? If they don't chop us a little bit here.
Yeah, see, look at that. It's gonna close as an indecisive candle. I feel like it's gonna continue more to the downside. Look at that, man.
How we doing, chat? We're an hour and 15 minutes into New York Open. Everyone doing all right? Easy greens, baby. That's what I like to hear, Jose. That's what I like to hear, baby. Fernando. You ever listen to Franz Ferdinand back in the day? They put out a good album I used to rock.
So.
You remember that song, Take Me Out? Take me out.
Take me out to the ball game.
What's that?
Take me out to the ball game.
You never heard Franz Ferdinand, man? That guitar riff's so good. Don't push it here, Harsh. Don't push it. You keep that risk in check, okay? Small account growth is about compounding wins with risk management. Not about full port here. Don't get in my man's head. Yeah, Ballersaurus Rex knows what I'm talking about, Ammar. Take Me Out was his Guitar Hero song. Probably another game you were too young for, Ammar. You know, you gotta wise up. How old are you?
29.
29, okay.
December 3rd, I'll be 30.
December 3rd, nice. I'm December 25th.
Weeks, I'll be accepting presents.
Christmas Day, baby. Christmas, baby. Man, Ballersaurus Rex, Guitar Hero, that game was like me and my homies, that was all we did for a period in time. Through the Fire and the Flames, I think was the hardest song. I remember trying to beat that on like the difficult mode. I don't think I ever did.
Come on, I want these cons going down to like 0.50.
They're down to 58, 59 cents here. They pull back a little bit more and you still decide to take the longs, you're still looking at 3 cons.
No, I'll move it up to 5 cons now. Or 4 cons.
Depending on what they're at.
Maybe 5, you know. Let me do a B, don't push me.
Starting to see a little bit of a bigger pullback here. It's the biggest 5-minute red bar we've had so far.
Came down to 0.53. Let's see if we can come down to 0.50. Oh, almost to 0.50.
Cons at 0.51, 0.52 bid-ask spread. NQ getting close to its previous day high now. Nvidia's seen a little bit of a deeper pullback than Google.
Alright, guys, I will not be buying the 669s anymore. They are way too far out of the money. So, scratch them, scratch them.
All right, look at a different strike now. If we're gonna go long.
Looking at 667s now at the moment. I'll look to pick up 2. Jesus.
Pullback starting to get a little harsh here. We gonna fade it. We gonna fade it, Ammar?
Let's see.
All right, NQ back into yesterday's open. After we tagged it, seeing a little bit of a bounce. See what happens here.
Alright, Q's into that golden zone now. No way this lady comes all the way down to morning lows. And do we play it?
Let's see here. This is the area, it's kind of the upper level I had coming into the day on both ES and Q. So if the market is going to hold longs for the day, they're both in the area. I would like to see them start to do that. We'll see here. This pullback's starting to get pretty harsh. YM just made new lows on the day. It's tagged its low in the day. About to make new lows. It's interesting.
All right, it's about to break that golden zone, and if it does,
Jose said VIX
I'm
not chopping. Let me look at VIX.
Yeah, VIX just in a V right now.
Yeah, VIX is yeah. Yeah. I mean the way VIX currently looks back at its open, and the way this pullback is starting to look, makes me feel like this maybe is not just a pullback. Personally, I caught a good winner today, so I think with FOMC minutes coming up later this afternoon at 2 o'clock, I'm gonna stay hands off personally.
So I'm thinking the same thing.
This is a bigger pullback than I would want to try to get longs at this point, I think. If I lean one way or the other, it would be that we kind of go into a range for the next few hours here. But that's just kind of my gut feeling that things are going to get a little choppy. Hey, it's all right, Tony. You always could have gotten more, right? It's about getting in, getting out, getting your piece of the pie. We don't always got to catch the entire move. We just got to remind ourselves that.
That's right.
I am getting real weak. Just about to hit 11 o'clock here, Eastern time. Hour and a half into market open. I forget the name of the person who mentioned the 10 a.m. fade. You know, obviously fading this move now looks like it would have been a good move, but as we sat here and watched for half an hour, you could have tried to call the top, 3 or 4 times and given yourself some paper cuts before it actually faded. But if you did catch this fade, congratulations, good stuff. Just not my style of trade. We got the good old mountain pattern here. Where you go up one
Right.
side of Everest, and then come back down the
All right,
other
guys.
side.
I'm gonna get in some of those 667 calls. Very risky, but I'm keeping a tight SL. Just grabbing 3 cons. Filled at 0.78.
Let's go. Let's see. Give us the bounce, baby.
Like I said, keeping a very tight SL.
We're right at the pre-market highs for ES here. It's definitely an interesting spot. What strike did you say, Ammar? I'm sorry.
667.
All right, baby. Collins currently sitting at 0.72, 0.73 bid ask.
Ooh, sometimes I get a good feel. Oh, come
feeling.
on.
I get a feeling that I never knew.
It won't be a long play. I'm just looking to scalp
But
real
we'll see.
fast.
Collins gave a little pop there up to 7.9.
All right, I need this candle to close above at least 663.40.
Okay, 2 minute making new highs, popping higher. Okay, Sana, gotcha. Breaking down how he plays out the 10 a.m. reversal. Walmart getting the pre-earnings sell-off, eh? Walmart's tomorrow. Tomorrow before the bell.
Oh, come on. Pick yourself back up. Get above 664. What are you trying to do?
Target down almost 2% off earnings. That's interesting. Ammar, what would be your stop on these 667 calls?
In about 10 seconds, we're about to find out.
Basically, if we break these lows right here.
Yep. All right, I'm out.
All right. So they're at 6.5 right now.
One.
Very manageable. Is only about $7 on the contracts. Fill should have been right around anywhere from probably 0.7 to 0.72. Stop should have been right around 6.4, 6.5. I think it was worth the stab. I mean, obviously it didn't work out,
Yeah.
but I definitely saw what you're looking at. The potential was there. I do feel like there's a possibility that's like, all right, that's the last push down. Now we might see a little bounce. But I don't know, man. This is starting to fade. And we faded all the way back. Happy with my exit now in retrospect, for sure.
Yeah, I'm not touching anything until the meeting.
I'm watching NQ right now, potentially for a scalp from here back up to yesterday's high. It would be a 30 to 40 point stop, not entering it yet. I'd want this 2 minute to break previous 2 minute high. The entry would be 754.75. I would just do it a couple micros. I have the order in place if we pop this 2 minute high to give it a try. Entry be 755, between 755 and 756. Stop would be at 710. It's about 45 points with a couple micros. Target would be 830. Still not in though. 2 minute hasn't triggered for me. And if we break this previous 2 minute low, it'll invalidate it for me. All right, yeah, I just pulled my buy stop orders that I had that would have entered me long. I'm not going to take it. Didn't ever trigger for what I wanted to see. Still watching, but all right, guys, we have about 20 minutes left before we take a quick break, and we bring Aaron on at noon for the nooner. If you guys need any prop firm account resets, or you're just looking to get some new accounts heading into the end of the week, code StockDads get you the best discount. Still watching this 2-minute here, but nope, not playing out. All right, well, it looks like I'm going to stay hands off.
Yup.
Looks like ES wants to come back to its open. Above 24,729 on NQ, that gets me back interested, but not if we're underneath it. Yeah, baby. That's right, Stav. Get you some payouts, baby. Pay for them Christmas gifts, eh? Well, hopefully everybody had a good trading morning. We were able to catch some longs early on. Took one very small loss on a second attempt on SPY. Well, looks like the market's gonna wait and see what FOMC minutes have in store for us. See what old Jerome Daddy Powell. He's gonna turn on that money printer. All right, let's. I might have lied. All right. I tried an NQ 2 micros. My stop's under this 2-minute low. It's like a 35 point stop. So I'm risking $140 of my $1,500 in profits from earlier. Just a little stab here. If it fails, it'll fail quick. Back underneath this 2-minute low / 5-minute low. And I'll get stopped. My entry is 24/7/24. Just to show you guys what I'm watching is this NQ. The white lines are my hourly levels, so 24/7, 28.75 here. It's a level that I'm watching. See if it can give us a little rally back up here. The green line and the red line are my entry and my stop. So we'll see. Very small risk stab here just to wrap us up the last 12 minutes. I'd be happy even if we got back up to 24/7/80s. Catch a little 50, 60 points. If not, no biggie. Yeah, just the minutes on, yeah. And Pal's not actually. I still think one of the funniest things, one of the funniest, like, I don't know if you want to call it political clips or whatever, is when they go to the Trump and Powell or went to the construction site of the new Fed building and they're wearing their hard hats and like, oh, that's such good meme material. Let's see here. Looking like we're probably going to reject. I don't know. A couple 2-minute hammers here. Let's see. Let's see. Give us a little pop. Okay. Okay. Let's take this hourly bar into account. And if this level can hold here and see a little bounce, the second hourly bar has the potential to set up as a nice inside bar, giving us a nice hourly 1, 2, 3 setup. So I know I'm not a trader in the StockDads Discord, so chat, you guys may not be familiar with the way I trade, but basically I use multiple time frames, you know, and how they interact with each other. So I'm looking at this hourly chart and I'm like, how's this second hourly bar gonna close? And it wouldn't be out of the question for it to close as an inside bar. And if that's the case, I think we could see a little bounce here, which factored into my decision. Off to a good start here, up 25 points. So we just hit 1-to-1 R. Well, no, I think I got 30. That's my stop. My stop's 90. My stop's 35 points. Okay. Trying to do the Cardi B. I can't roll. Oh, there it is. Ammar's got it. Okay, baby. Come on. Be the entry. Be the entry. $11.23. Not the 5-minute look we wanted to see. Well, it gave us a chance, but quick rejection. We got up almost 1-to-1 R there. Yeah, hit 30 points in profits, but I wanted a little more. Yeah, shave top 2-minute. Not what we wanted to see. Looks like the stop's going to be incoming on this one. Ooh. Yeah, that's it. I'm out of that one.
Off.
Had a chance for a little profit, but no biggie, no biggie. Let's go. Good stuff, Jose. Jose Fernando, did you just change your YouTube username while on stream? Because I swear it did not have Boca Larondro. Jose Fernando Boca Larondro. I don't think the Boca Larondro, man, I suck at saying that, was there before. Nope, wasn't it, guys? All right, that's all right. All right, still a solid morning, still a very green morning for me. So I'm a happy camper. I'm excited to check out Ticker Tinder a little bit later today. See if Duke is eyeing up anything post FOMC minutes. What we can find, maybe a little swing play into the rest of this week. Thank you guys for hanging out with us this morning. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, we're going to have Aaron with the Nooner. We're going to have Duke with Ticker Tinder, and we're going to be giving away a Tradeify 50K account. So make sure you guys stick around. If you're going to continue to trade through the afternoon here, make sure you guys trade safe. And don't go anywhere. We're just going to grab a little quick lunch, get Aaron set up on the technical side of things, and we will be back. Thank you guys for hanging out. We will see you guys all very soon. Ammar, thanks for hanging out, man.
Yes, sir.
We'll I think we'll talk to Ammar next week. So if you guys want to trade with him the rest of the week, StockDads Discord, use code StockDads. All right, everybody. We'll see you in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. StockDad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Trade-of-8, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. Payouts are in your bank in 5. Guys, what's up, guys? We are back. We got Aaron here for the nooner. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
All right, what's up, everybody? We'll get started in just a sec. Let everybody come in. Remember, you guys got to say hi to me. Excuse me. How we doing? Hope everybody had a good morning. All right, morning, Rick. Hey, Rick, how we doing? All right. Tony, good morning or good afternoon. Here comes our VIX pullback. We'll see if this holds. All right. Give everybody one more minute here and then we'll get started, guys. Excuse me. All right, things are looking good. A little pullback coming. All right. Who else we got on? You got to say hi. Remember, because I can't see you guys. Tomika, if you're on, what's up? What's up? Edward, Ivan, Sabrina, Amanda, Frank. I'm just guessing now. Chris, Miss Mary Rose, Bernice. I'm just, like I said, I'm just guessing. If I said hi to you, though, let me know. All right, guys. Okay. So let's get started. Make sure you guys can see. All right, so starting off with the VIX. Remember, if you're new, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay, here's where this gets a little complicated during rollover, so follow along with me here. If you want to look at the continuous contract, okay, on TradingView, all right, it's not going to look the same as mine because TradingView rolls it at a different time. Okay, this is the leading indicator for our U.S. indices. This leads ever since February 5th, 2018. All right, so on TradingView, what you're going to do, all right, is just draw from the 1765s, okay, to our highs at the 2520. All right, and that's going to give you the same draw. Now, you might not have the same prints I do, okay, but that's what you're going to draw from, 1765 to 2520. And you can see we didn't break that long, okay, we didn't break it. But what we did do is we broke, and I'm going to show you this on the Z contract as well. Remember, these highs to lows we're holding, and that's what led us down this morning. All right, those broke. So what we're watching for is this first pullback now. And we're going to see if this holds. All right, we're going to watch for this first pullback on the VIX right here. All right, and that would be a pullback long on the indices. Now, if you want to look at the Z contract to make it a little bit easier, VXZ 2025 on, what's up, Mr. Mika? All right, if you want to look at the Z contract to make it easier, you can do that. And on the Z contract specifically, all right, what we're looking at, I did the wrong one. There we go. All right, remember this low at 1850? This is what we've traded from a few times now. All right, coming off of these lows, traded from it there. We made this new high right here. Again, this is the specific Z contract. We traded from it there, target, profit taking off the target, same anchor, new high. We ran into this 38.2% line. And that's what we've ripped away from. Now, again, if you're looking at the Z contract, okay, all we're watching for here is this pullback. All right, we're watching for that pullback there on the VIX. If that holds, right, then it's going to lift us off. Okay, because we're coming back into highs, right? We're coming back into highs. So if this pullback holds, that's going to lift us off. If not, we're going to fall back down to the bottom of the range. And all of a sudden, we're just in this big range up here. And we want to steer clear of the middle. All right. So we'll see how aggressive this gets bought. Remember, this is hedging volatility, hedging for downside risk on the broad market. So when this is rising, the indices are going to be weak. Okay. So we'll see. But this is a big deal right here on the VIX. All right. A break of this right now on the Z contract or Z contract, 2116, round down to 15, subtract a tick, 2110. So we'd need to break the 2110s. And if we break the 2110s, then we're falling back down to the bottom of the range. Indices are going to rally. Okay, now the indices are not in a good spot whatsoever. Hang on, let me make sure I get this drawn right. Make sure that didn't change something. No, okay. So the indices are not in a good spot whatsoever, and we saw that this morning. All right, VIX is holding longs, indices are holding shorts still. Okay. Now remember, we have FOMC minutes this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Right, that's going to move us around. All right, it still doesn't make any sense why it does. We already know what's in them, but it will move us around. Okay. Make sure nobody's saying anything here. Okay. All right. So any questions? Any questions on the VIX? Anybody that's on? You can look at the Z contract if you want, just to make it easier on yourself, because you're going to see the same thing I'm seeing right here. All right. So that's what we're watching for, this pullback here. All right. And we'll see the inverse of that on the indices. Okay. All right. Everybody good? All right, cool. Okay, so moving on to our financials. Now, this is not super good. This is not great for the indices. Okay, remember, this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. Okay. And when our financials are falling, that's a headwind against the indices. When the financials are rising, that's a tailwind. All right, it doesn't move tick for tick, just creates the environment that the indices are in. So remember, we had these pullbacks up here. We were talking about this morning from last Wednesday's highs to lows. And we trade, remember, this is just an index, right? This isn't traded, so it doesn't have to be exact. But we had our pullback, right? And we were watching Friday's highs to lows. All right, that's our next measured move in our series, and bam, almost to the tick. So there's where we got sold in too hard. There was that morning rally, right? And then bank hit resistance right here about 10:15. Okay, and then there's that sell-off. All right, and you'll see this was actually a really nice setup. The indices were right at resistance right at that point. All right, so what we can watch for now on the way down is to see if we start a series. All right, right there. We'll see if we start a series on the way down. And if we do, no bueno, not good for the indices. Okay. Now, you can always make the case that there's going to be the opposing move here, but you can see that's a long ways away. All right. So we'll just watch this intraday. If we do make this squeeze, all right, that's going to be a little tailwind for the indices. All right. As the VIX makes this pullback. All right. VIX gets here, bounces. Bank gets here, rolls over. No bueno for the indices. Okay. Definitely looking on the short side. All right. So there's our internals. That's what's actually going on with the indices. So here's our halfway back on the week. Talking about that this morning. All right, from our highs on November 17th. That's Monday, 3:30 a.m. Eastern, to our lows, 11 a.m. yesterday. there was our pullback right there. All right, right at 10:15, right when the VIX was bouncing, right when bank was rolling over. Right, so there was our entry into the short. I took part of this gap fill, and then I didn't get any of this long, but then I got a little chunk of this short coming down. All right, so what we can watch for is this pullback from highs to lows right there. All right, we can watch this pullback from highs to lows to coincide with this pullback on the VIX. Okay, so we get this pullback on the VIX and we bounce. Then wherever the indices are, when the VIX bounces, okay, that's when they're going to roll over. All right, so this draw could be sloppy, we know that. But if the VIX does make that pullback, then we're going to squeeze higher. VIX gets to support, bounces, we're going to roll back over. Okay, so not a good look. Not a good look going into the rest of the week. Right, halfway back on the week right there. Always know where you are halfway back on the week. Always know where you are halfway back on the day. Okay, so there's the ES. The gap fill this morning was really nice, especially if you were up early for it, or you guys across the pond. Okay, our gap fill was 37.75. Now, here's 10 points away, right? That 47 and 57.75 right here. This was 20 points away. All right, so at 9:30, okay, we opened within 20 points. We know when we open within 20 points at 9:30, we have a 70% chance or better of going down and filling this gap. And we did. Now, there was 30 points away up here in the early morning hours Eastern time, from about 5:30 Eastern to 8 a.m. Eastern. Okay, there were 30-point away levels up here that you could have used as an entry, and that was a really nice entry into the fill. Okay, now, the funny part about this is, so we went down, traded our gap fill, profit taking coming off the fill, the VIX was making a pullback, right? Screamed higher, filled Monday's gap. There's Monday's gap right there. Remember we left it unfilled yesterday? We never got up and filled that gap. So we filled two, right? Filled today's and filled Monday's. This is Friday's 4 o'clock close. This is yesterday's 4 o'clock close. Okay, so we filled them both. So as we know, market likes to clean up its messes. All right. So that's where we're sitting going into the afternoon and going into the rest of the week. All right. So as you can see, not super great for the indices. Okay, not super great. Anytime we're holding halfway back on the week to the downside, oof, right? Oof. That has targets, guys, down here at 65.45. All right, so oof, right? So we'll see going into the afternoon. The only thing that could really save us, right, is that the VIX goes into this range, right? If it falls, doesn't hold this, and we fall back down to the bottom. And then all of a sudden we've got the top of the range and we've got the bottom of a range. But we'll see. This thing continues to grind higher. Weakness on the indices. That's all there is to it. It's just how it works. I don't make up the rules, just live by them. Okay? All right. So there's the ES. Now onto the NASDAQ. Okay, look at the NASDAQ. All right, halfway back on the week. 3:45, 3:30 a.m. Monday to our lows right there. It pierced, doesn't matter. VIX didn't, right? VIX didn't break that long. So a little tricks and traps, right? That's what I always say. The VIX is perfect. So these very often are not. But the VIX held the long right there, 10:15 a.m. And there's our down move right there. We've already broken the longs from lows, so we'll watch for the same thing here if we get a pullback. All right, we'll watch for the same thing if we get a pullback. All right. So all depends on what the VIX does. If the VIX just grinds higher, we're just going to drift down. Okay, the VIX makes that pullback, then we'll make a pullback. It bounces, then we're going to roll over. Okay, so that's where we're sitting on the NASDAQ. Now the YM and the Russells was actually one of the strongest this morning. But here's the YM, right? The YM's been in shorts from way back. All right, it's been in shorts from way back. Here's the extension short we're in on the YM from 10 a.m. on the 14th. What's that? Last Friday, 10 a.m. lows to lows. There's our extension short. There's our target. Squeezed back higher. Retested this morning. So there's our target down there. All right. We can watch these 10 o'clock highs to lows. All right, on the YM. Go down to 15 so you can see it. All right. Now watch bank, right? YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. So they'll react more quickly. They'll move farther, faster on bank's movements than the ES and the NASDAQ. Now, ES and the NASDAQ, they definitely move because of bank, but these YM and the Russells will move farther, faster. Okay. All right. So there's its resistance. All right. So we'll see. Watch bank going into the afternoon. We break this, we're just coming right back to highs. All right, because we touched the bottom of the range. Okay, moving on to the Russells. All right, at one point, like I said this morning, the Russells was the strongest. Okay, look, the Russells broke that. All right, good deal. So again, watch bank. Now bank ran into that resistance, so that ain't good for the Russells. All right, not good for the Russells, but it did break its halfway back on the week. All right, now it does have a larger pullback to make, but there could be multiple different resistance anchors above us. Right, this is interesting. See how we traded a 38.2 on this pullback, this next measured move right here. So we trade that right down to target. Same anchor, new low. 38.2 right there. And that's what got sold into. So we broke the halfway back of the week, but we slammed right back into resistance. See how downtrend works? Everything's getting sold into. So drawing this lows to highs, not healthy. All right. The only thing that's going to save the Russells is if bank starts to lift off. If not, it's just going to be keep on falling. Okay. So there's the YM and the Russells. All right. So where are we here? Let's see. Make sure you guys can see that. Hang on. Yeah, you can see that up here. All right. So we'll see that this is the important pullback right here. Lift off, indices down. We break, it's going to fall back down to support. Indices can squeeze back to their highs. Okay. All right. Any questions, VIX Bank indices before we move forward? Anybody? Everybody good? Everybody got it? Okay. All right. Perfect. Moving on. Now, Bitcoin, just being about as technical as a market can possibly get. All right. The extension short that we're in. Oops, didn't want to do that. Move this over. Here's the extension short. All right, from our lows on November 4th, 8 p.m. Eastern, to our lows down here on Monday. All right, there's our pullback. Here's our target down here, 86,974. Inside of this, we need these smaller moves to lead us down. Here was our pullback this morning. It's being perfect, right? Didn't break. 61.8 sold into, and we're almost to that profit target. All right, so literally, the Bitcoin's putting on a clinic here. Absolutely putting on a clinic about how technical our markets can be. All right, so we'll see what happens when we get to these 89 133s. If we fall through them, then we could go into an extension from here to lead us to this larger target. If we make a pullback, right, then we'll just continue to trail, but we'll have to be careful because it will have dipped into the bottom of the range. All right, so what we would like to see is if it gets to this to fall through, so then an extension can hold us down below this low and get onto these larger targets. Okay, so we'll see. But just again, it's just putting on a clinic. Ever since the beginning of the crypto winter, October 6th, way up here. All right, October 6th, it's been perfect, literally perfect on the way down. All right, absolutely perfect. Okay. All right, so there's Bitcoin futures. Now let's look at spot. All right, let's look at spot. Hang on, let me pull it up. There we go. All right. So here's the spot market. All right, behaving just like the futures, right? Behaving just like the futures. Remember where we are, larger time frame, right? There was our high, October 6th. Targets are down to 33.5. Okay, targets are down to 33.5. We'll see if we get there before time runs out. All right, we still got about 11 months. So we'll see if we get there before time runs out. All right. So that's where we are. Same draws, same everything, right? As the futures markets right now. All right. Okay. Stocks. Stocks. You guys want to look at NVIDIA before anybody even asks? Okay. NVIDIA's got earnings after the bell. All right. Looks exactly like the NASDAQ, pretty much. All right. High from June 17th, highs to highs. There's the extension long right there on the larger time frame. All right, when we zoom in, we're just chilling out down here on top of this support. All right, so we'll see if earnings break this support or if earnings lift this off. Targets are up at 229.31. Okay, so there's NVIDIA for anybody that's asking before you guys ask. Okay, but earnings after the bell. So, you know, holding indices after the bell, just understand, right, that this is going to move us around. All right, way too heavily weighted. The weightings are just jacked. We actually changed the weightings 2 summers ago, I believe. And it's about time to do it again. There's no reason that 5 to 7 stocks move our entire stock market. All right, but nobody's listening to me. So anyway, but this will move us. All right, this will move us. All right, Mary Rose Hood. Yep. Oh, geez, we haven't looked at this in a while, huh? All right. There we go. Okay. All right, so there's our extension long, Mary Rose, from this high on February 14th of this year, Valentine's Day. All right, highs to highs. So we're coming right back to that support level. All right, let's see if we can make anything out of this. Boom, boom. Yeah, see, there's this little series going down here. That's what you'll want to see break. Right? You can see it. There's number 1, number 2. Okay, we're at that larger target right now. See the profit taking? So what you can watch for here, Mary Rose, is there's this smaller series. You can see it. There's 50% short right there. There's 50% short right there. So, and those were worker bee moves leading us down to this larger target. Now we're at the profit target, and you can see the profit taking. Right? So this last little worker bee move here is what's holding you down. Right? So if this worker bee breaks, these 120, 105s, then we're making at least a larger pullback. Right? But we're at support as well. So if we trade support, break the short, and we can draw up this long setup before we get to that halfway back, that's an entry. Right? That's an entry. What you don't want to see is us break this short and go straight here, because then you're like, ah, crap. Right? It didn't give you the pullback before it got to resistance. All right, but that's what's holding you down. That's what's holding you down right there. Okay, that last little worker bee move. And we know that normally once worker bee moves get us to a larger target, they peace out, right? They go on lunch, right? These little worker bees in here to get us to the larger target. Once they get us there, they usually peace out and go to lunch. So we need to see this last little one that's hanging on go to lunch. All right, get that out of there. Okay, so there you you go, Mary Rose. That looks juicy. If we break that short and the stupid VIX stops holding long setups, that thing could absolutely rip. There's a lot of deals getting ready to happen, guys. All right, over the next couple weeks, probably. And if you understand the VIX and what we're looking at, one of two things is going to happen. Either we're going to have a big explosion and we're going to hit 35 or higher on the index, and that's going to trigger massive sell-off and a huge buying opportunity. Okay, or we're going to end up breaking one of these longs, and when we do break these longs and change trend on the VIX, all these stocks are going to be pretty ripe for the picking. All right, going to be pretty ripe for the picking. Okay. All right, any other stocks, anybody? You guys have been really taking it easy on me on stocks. You got any more? Anybody remember, it takes the chat a couple seconds to get in, or for me to see it. So there we go. Is that you, Panty Cakes? That says junk mail? You always ask for RKT, that's why I was asking. If it's not, no worries. It's just there's a guy who always asks for Rocket. Yep, is it? Okay, gotcha. All right, so here's where we are. All right, Joby, yeah, I just looked at that, Nate. All right, you're still stuck. Still stuck here on Rocket. All right, there's your long from January 15th of this year to highs. That's halfway back on the year. All right, this is halfway back in the year right here. And then you've got your short from highs. All right, from October 1st to October 9th, there was the first pullback, never hit the target. You just leave the draw right there, and that's right where you're pinned. Right where you're pinned. So you want to see, depending on your, obviously your time horizon. All right, look at that. That is big sneaky snake right there. It's not an official sneaky snake, but it looks like one. All right. So just straight sideways, man. Stay out of the middle. Rattlesnakes are in here. Rattlesnakes hiding in the middle of this thing. Right? Top of the range, bottom of the range. Right? Nothing really to go off of yet. Right? Just be very careful drawing highs to lows or lows to highs. Eventually the middle is going to hold. Right? It'll either make a pullback and hold and lift us off, or to make a pullback short, the middle of the range will hold and send us down. But none of that right here. If you drew a line right through there, just run over, steamroll every time. All right, so eventually the middle of that range will hold. You just got to wait for it. Right, just got to wait for it. So nothing, unfortunately, it's just not doing anything. Now, if you're just looking on a shorter time frame, right? I mean, you've got support down here. If we get back down here to support, right, and it starts to lift back off, then yeah, you can run that to the top of the range. Yep, absolutely. All right. All right. I mean, if you're looking at selling options, you'd want to get, you know, down here if you could, below that 61.8. That might be tough, but that's where I would look for it. Nope, I looked at that one this morning too. We'll look at both of those. I looked at both of those this morning. All right, Joby. Yeah. These draws should be updated. Yep. This looks almost dead on, Nate, like the pullback that you bought a while back before you took profit. Back here in what, September? No, it was way before that. It was, I forget where it was, but you bought a pullback. It looked really similar to this pullback. Yeah, okay. So here's our half off sale, right? From these lows, December 12th of 22 to our highs, this is our half off sale. All right. So coming down into that, all right, we want to see some sort of a short break, right? So coming off of these highs, there's number one right there, target, profit taking. Here's number two, right there. targets down here. Let's zoom in now. Not a whole lot of structure to that. That's just straight down. All right, that's just straight down. So I would wait. Just not a whole lot to go off up here, right? There's just not, I mean, you could, the best you could do here, because this is just straight down, right? The best you could do here would be from this high inside to our lows, right? To see if something breaks and you can get a pullback to buy, but it's got a little bit of room, right? It's still got a little bit of room to fall into support. Now, of course, we need, you know, bullish markets to help us out with all these stocks. But yeah, Nate, that's how I look at that. It's getting there, just not there yet, right? Getting there, but not there yet. All right, and then Archer is one I look at every week. I've used this one a lot. All right, you can see I've drawn all over it. All right, so there is our pullback from our lows, December 28th of 22, right? We had this pullback, right? Right there, but that was sloppy, but then we made a new high. Okay, so we move it up to this high on May 16th of this year. All right, and there's our pullbacks, right? There's our pullbacks. Now there's a series going down here, and I'll show it to you because I use this one a lot. Not right now, but I do. From this low on October 22nd to lows, that's an extension right there. We had this pullback from highs, fell through its target, lows to lows right there. October 22nd to this low on November 7th, right there. So you see, we're still in that, we're still in shorts, right? We're still in shorts. So that's what I'm watching on this one. Because like I said, I use this one off and on all year, right? Off and on all year. So I'd like to see these 919s break, right? And then we can look for, then hopefully the trend will change. Yep. All right, so that's those. All right, that's those. Any other ones, guys? Everybody good? All right, moving on. There we go. All right, VIX's still struggling at highs. Hasn't made that pullback yet. Okay, crude oil. Again, we're not really talking about it because it's stupid, and it's been a mess since October. Right, October 20th. This is just a mess. Okay, it's just a mess right here. All you stock chart people, you can see that it's a bull flag, but that doesn't mean anything with futures. But that's what it is. But see how we're making lower lows, right? Like this was a pullback, broke. This was a pullback, then broke. This lows to highs, broke. This highs to lows, broke. So it's stupid, and I'm not looking at it. All right. Okay. So moving on to our precious metals, gold and silver. They're trying, right? They're trying. All right, here's gold. We've got these much larger support levels. Okay, where these are massive longs, but we got to get through these short. The silver looks almost identical. Okay, we've traded, but we didn't break this short. All right, and that's from November 13th down here to our lows yesterday. There's our pullback, bam, right into the short. Okay, so nothing's broken yet, right? Nothing's broken yet. We've got to get through this on gold. So intraday, right, there's not a whole lot to do. The entry was up here, right? The short entry was up here. That was around 9 a.m., 10 a.m. But we'll see. We'll see. Right, this is getting pretty sideways. Right, this is getting pretty sideways in here. We've broken shorts from highs and we've broken longs from lows. So we're just kind of chilling out right now. All right, now when we look at silver, you're going to see the same thing. Silver had a big run, okay, off this support level. Now silver's in a massive long here too. This is a weekly level that has a target wave at 57.03. And inside of that, we've got these lows to highs from October 28th up here to our highs on November 12th. There's our pullback, right? But same thing. We had a big rip this morning off that pullback, but then we did see, I've even got an alert to let me know when it broke that, and it didn't. All right, so we slammed right into the short, and there we go. Okay, so we're going to get pinned in here. All right, we're going to get pinned in here. Now remember, with the precious metals, normally early in the week we go sideways, and then later in the week we trend. So we'll see if tomorrow and Friday we start trending. All right, but tight right here. Not a whole lot to do. Okay. Now onto the dollar. There was a development on the dollar, so we've confirmed that we're going back into dollar strength trades. All right. So here's the XY. This is just a bunch of different currencies put together in an index. This isn't the dollar. But we had the short setup from highs that broke, right? So we've confirmed our dollar going back into dollar strength trades. So we can start trailing, and we're going to do the opposite of this on the euro, right? We'll start trailing these lows to highs, right, for pullbacks. All right, that'll lead us higher. So dollar strength. It's going to put a headwind against precious metals, and to a certain extent, a headwind against the indices. Not a crazy headwind against the indices right now, but all right, looks like the markets are dropping. So that's what we're looking like on the dollar. The one thing we can say about the dollar is it's not helping the indices. All right, it's not helping the indices or the precious metals. All right, so the VIX is trying to go higher there. That might be all we get. That pullback might be all we get. We'll see. All right, so moving on to the dollar yen. All right, now look at the dollar yen. There's your dollar strength, right? We've been in these extension longs, and they continue to hold. So if you're trading the dollar yen, we can just trade the trend till it fails, right? From our highs on October 30th, there was our first pullback right there. Right there. Bam. Profit target, profit taking. There's number 2. Pullback. Now we've gone to and through that target. So we'll draw this new highs to highs. Now we don't know this is here yet because we haven't traded it. All right. And we might have right there. So we're going to continue to trail from this high on Tuesday at 1 p.m. Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern, highs to highs. If that breaks, we're just making this larger pullback. All right, but this going up is dollar strength. Okay, this going up is dollar strength. All right, again, headwind against the precious metals, headwind against the indices. All right, there's the long that the euro broke. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's a big development right there. All right, because remember, this was the next long coming off of these lows after we've traded into this resistance. That broke. So we could have a possibility here of making this full pullback. All right, and that would be a juicy short. Right there. So that's what I'll be watching on the euro. Try to jump into that. We'll see what kind of pullback we get. All right, but this little pullback would be dollar weakness into dollar strength. All right, so we'll see if we get this little dollar weakness squeeze and we can get into this on a much bigger trade down in here to support. That's a big boy trade, right? Big boy swing trade. Okay, so we'll see. But that's the euro. That's a good development, right? Because it gives us a nice setup. All right, moving on to the British pound. Okay, British pound finally broke its long as well. Remember, the British pound had been in this short forever. Right, been in this thing. We've been talking about this short since, what is that? November 10th, right? 9 days ago, we traded this short. All right, and that's from this high on October 28th to our lows November 4th. Traded. That long from lows was holding and it broke. All right, so now we've got a pullback. Now we're waiting on this pullback on the pound as well. All right, so 2 juicy pullbacks, one on the euro, one on the pound. All right, when we do get up there, we'll wait, watch for maybe a 1 hour bar to close red. All right, see if that will give us an entry. Excuse me, give us an entry into a nice trade. So we just got to be patient. Just got to be patient, wait for that pullback. All right. Okay, so what do we got going with the engine? Everything dinging and donging and making noise. All right, so that might be it. That might be it. Let's look at the VIX real quick. All right. This is absolute explosion territory, guys, right? So if at some point we just explode higher, and you'll see it, you're not going to miss it if it happens, right? This is definitely the levels that do that, okay? So we'll see. We'll see. We still haven't made this pullback yet, right? Still haven't made this pullback yet. We didn't even make it to a 38.2. See, where's our highs? All right. Oh, not that. All right, now what we're going to have to watch out for is if the VIX dips into this high at the top of this range and can't continue, if we get a dip into highs, be aware we could fall back down to the bottom of the range. All right, very similar to this here, right? We could do the same thing. So just don't get sucked into chasing, right? Don't get sucked into chasing. All right. And what's the ES doing? All right, never made its pullback either, so we can continue to draw these highs to lows. So you see how this could end up being a range? Bottom of the range, top of the range. If the VIX can't get through this, top of the range, bottom of the range, right? But we'll see. If we continue higher, guys, like heads up, don't try to pick a bottom on the indices. No bueno. We got targets now on the VIX at 23, call it 23.20. All right, but we just ran into resistance. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Definitely not the markets to be chasing, right? Because you're going to end up being fuel. I'll tell you right now. You start chasing, you're going to end up being fuel. Kind of like all these poor folks that just right there. All those poor folks right there. Oh my God, we're breaking down. Sell it. Nope. Thank you. All right as the VIX is at the top of this range. All right, so we'll see. If we break this, right, we can actually draw this to our new high now. What does that put us at? 20s, easy. Don't have to round. Subtract a tick. 15. Break the 2015s, fall back down to the bottom. All right, look at that, right at the top of that range. This is exactly what I'm talking, and I laugh because I lived in this world a long time when I used to, like when I started trading, right? Oh my God, we're crashing. Sell it and then to become fuel to go the other way. When I didn't know about the VIX, didn't know how the markets truly moved, right? You get on the wrong side of this at the exact wrong time. Like you sell right here and you're like, somehow I picked the bottom, right? You're like, amazing. Somehow I picked the bottom. So, all right. You lost your Bitcoin 250 bet from last year. Didn't quite make it. Talking percentages, Nate, you probably get away with percentages better. Probably the best way to do it. Yeah, I'll bet you a percentage. There we go. Dubious, gold. All right. I don't know. I'm putting my rear end out there and saying 33.5 or September 6th. Whichever comes first. I know I've got a lot of leeway in between now and then, but 33.5 or September 6th. All right. Gold. There we go. All right, Dubious, we're still in these massive longs. This is from April 22nd. Right there. April 22nd, highs to highs. Okay. Now, one thing to point out, remember our 2155s or 3155s, I mean? Remember our 3155s? Remember how long it took after we got down there to lift off? When did we first get down here? May 1st of this year. And we didn't actually lift off until August 29th. So we were in this mess on top of an extension for a while. Well, here we are again. Here's our next gift, 39.54. And it looks like we're kind of just going through the same thing. Right? So the only thing there really is to do, unless you're trading this really short intraday, is you can accumulate a position down here at these lows. Right? That's about it. But that's that long. That's that super big, awesome long right there. All right. But from our highs on the 13th to our lows, that's what we slammed into today. We couldn't break it. All right. That's what we slammed into. And it looks like we're not breaking the long either. Isn't this fun? There you go. There you are, Dubious. Have a good time with that. All right. So not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Right. Hopefully later in the week, as normal, we'll start trending. All right. Got it? Okay. Yeah, it's just gold and silver right now are not there. If you're trying to intraday trade them, you know, it might be all right, but they're not moving. How do I say it? This sounds horrible. They're not moving to my liking because they listen to me, obviously. But no, because they're chopping around on these, you know, on gold and silver, we want to see the big old honking moves. All right, but if you're intraday trading them, here's where you're sitting. There's a long from lows, there's a short from highs. All right. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Anything you might have missed? Anything? Amanda, if you're on, are you still watching the currencies? Hopefully, we got a couple setups. I don't know if you saw those. All right. Okay. All right, everybody. Tyler will jump back on now. Remember, 2 o'clock. Don't forget. Don't let that sneak up on you where you're taking your happy butt throughout your day and not thinking anything, and then 2 o'clock shows up and you realize, oh crap, FOMC. Right. So our meeting minutes. It's not an FOMC meeting. It's just the minutes. We already know what's in them, but it's still going to move our markets around. So 2 p.m. Eastern. Okay. All right, everybody. You guys are the best. I'll put these draws up here in a few on my channel. And all right. Oh man, hang on. Adubius put one up. Hang on. CMCSA. Hang on, Adubius. I want to put that up for you. Let me see. Just saw that. What is this? CMCSA. Oh, Comcast. Yeah, let's look at Comcast. Hang on. Let's look at Comcast real quick for Adubius. And anybody else who has a wild hair and wants HARE and wants to see Comcast. That's a heck of a ticker symbol, huh? Jeez, that's a short end of the stick on that one. Reminds me when I used to have when I was growing up with a rotary phone, and if your buddies had zeros in their number, you're like, I'm not calling them. It takes way too long to do that. I don't know if anybody will remember that, but all right. Man, this could go in a textbook right here. Absolutely go in a textbook. Jeez, that's about as perfect as you can get. That's head and shoulders, right? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. All right. Are we here? We're coming into a half off sale. Let's see. Looks like it. Hang on. All right, there's your half off sale. All right, on the weekly, 50% off. Now you can obviously see massive short setup right there. Okay. So there's the weekly. This thing's actually really technical, right? Really technical. Look at that. Bam. Went through the target. This is kind of how it happens normally. Fall through the target, extension short. So that's what you're going to want to see break on the weekly chart. Zoom in. All right, so that's drawn from, what's this low? January 30th of this year. All right, January 30th of this year. All right, and there's your short. All right, that's what you'll want to get through to change trend. Because right now it's in a downtrend. Absolutely is in a downtrend. You could even draw, there's draws all the way through down here. All right, you're absolutely in a downtrend. So if you could poke your head up above these 29.91s, right, which isn't that far away, right, and grab that long after it breaks, you just bought a 50% off sale. All right, looks pretty good. All right, but I mean, you can throw money at it right now if you want, thinking it's going to break this, right? Because we're in that half off sale. But that's really personal preference, how you want to do it. But yeah, that's how I look at it. Now you might be able to, well, I don't want to set the wrong expectation here, but if you're looking for something smaller, that's a range. I wouldn't even mess with that. Yeah, I wouldn't even mess with that. That's just straight sideways. All right, so there you go, dubious. All right, sorry, I missed that earlier. Okay, dubious probably, hopefully he stayed on. There we go, okay. Gold, All right. Yeah, you need that, you want that short to break. Is this a good time to buy Bitcoin? No, absolutely not. Nope. Not with someone else's money. All right, here's Bitcoin, I'll show you. Yeah, I don't want anybody making that mistake. Okay, so here's Bitcoin. It just traded this extension short from these lows on November 4th. Chart lows on November 18th, just traded up into that. Holding these measured moves inside of it. Targets are down here at 86,974, and we're gonna continue down in extension shorts until they break. Yep. So no, it's putting on a clinic as far as how technical it's being on the way down. Yep. No, I'd hate to see it do that right now. No, we're looking at we're in the winter time, so 33.5. That's what 33.5 or September 6th of next year. So that's what we're looking at. Yep, I'm not a prognosticator. I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm just going off of historic data. Right? History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Cool saying. All right, Pally girl, good to see you. All right. Okay, any other questions, guys? Anybody? You too, Rick. Have a great day. Okay. All right, send it back over to Tyler. Make sure you guys stick around. Let's see. Oh, you're very welcome. See what's coming on. Duke's coming on.
Yeah, I'm here.
They're doing the Tinder thing with the dolls. Right?
Yeah, we got Ticker Tinder coming up with Duke. So he'll take a look at a few names here and see if anything looks good for an overnight move to him or not. And
the funniest part about that whole thing, Tyler, was your comment of, I really hope you have daughters, because if you don't, that's going to create a whole other conversation.
He keeps pulling these dolls up out of nowhere, and I wasn't sure. I mean, I assumed once I saw the dolls coming up, but I had to ask just to be sure.
Right.
So yeah, we had some fun with it last week. I think we're gonna have some fun with it again today. So we'll just step away for a quick minute here. Aaron, thanks for the nooner. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. And we'll be back here with Duke once we get him set up here in just a couple minutes. So stay tuned, everybody. We're also going to be giving away a Trade of 5 50K growth account during Ticker Tinder. So make sure you guys stick around. You got to be on stream to win. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right. Bye, everybody. Not bye. And see you later. StockDad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Trade8, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the amazing segment of Ticker Tinder with the man, the myth, the legend, Duke. What's up, Duke? How you doing today, brother?
What's up, dude?
Ah,
Let's go.
so if you're not aware, chat, Ticker Tinder, Duke uses a overnight snipes strategy where he looks for trades that set up for an overnight swing trade. Typically, he likes to enter these last 15 minutes of the day. This is a little early for when he starts to look. So starting next week, officially, we're gonna move this back to a power hour segment. We'll continue to stream. We'll have a little bit of fun throughout the afternoon, experimenting with a couple other segments. So this is the last week. It'll be at 1 o'clock. We'll be shooting for 3 o'clock Eastern next week. So make sure you guys are there for that. But today, we got the man Duke here. Before we got on stream, he said to me that things weren't looking so hot. And so we might have to lower our standards. You know, might want to drink a couple brewskis before this segment of Ticker Tinder.
Just dim the lights a little bit. You should be. Maybe just don't open your eyes all the way too. That should definitely help. Right?
There we go.
I'm not speaking from experience. I'm not speaking from experience. Don't you laugh at me, Tyler.
Oh, I'm sure you have never lowered your standards in the history of your life.
No, that is preposterous.
Those standards are top shelf, and they never leave.
Top shelf. Granted, I'm short, but you know, still. Let's just say the highest I can reach. There we go.
There it is. I love it. So, what do you got for us? What kind of ticker broads are looking good today?
Let's see. I mean, all right. I'm finishing up some kind of look. You know, okay. Let's go. Target. Right.
Oh, this little post earnings, right? They had earnings before the bell today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. One thing that catches my attention is when they have like a huge impulse one way and then it can't hold, or like if they have good earnings and then they just flush, and vice versa. So those I like to look at a lot. The only tricky thing here is we got a little pivot right there. So that's the level. But we can anticipate, you know, this looks clean with the EMA retest, the impulse up, and the big wick on top. So just buy a little bit of time and see if we end up giving up that level. Where do we got? Where is the next target on target?
Oh.
Damn, holy crap. Where are we even at, dude? We're at 86. We'll zoom in here. Sneaky levels right there. So probably 85. And then wow. Yeah, so it'll probably be these two. Oh no, we'll kick that one out. Yeah. So if we break 85.36, 84.46, let's see. Oh my god, we're going back here again.
Are you looking for a close below? Would you say 84?
Well, I do like the reaction already, but I guess more confirmation under 84.46. Like if you could get that close, you're golden. Or at least a solid close, and then we can reach 81.15 to 80 psych level.
Okay. All right. So we're liking target to the downside.
Yeah, I mean it's blessed up top. You know what I mean?
Hey.
I'm a sucker. What is blessed up top? You know what I'm doing? So we'll take that. We'll take it. Yeah. We'll see how it closes. If it closes near the lows, then I might still take like 2 weeks out, and then play down, and see
Okay.
how we react over here.
So given it a little bit of time here. So not this
Mhm.
isn't necessarily a 1 day hold.
No, you gotta let this one. You gotta let it marinate. You know what I mean?
Speaking of Target, for all my single homies in the chat, I've been preaching this for a while now. If you're looking to meet a pretty girl, all right, I don't know if the club, the bar, I don't know if that's the scene for it anymore. I think Target is the place. I'm telling you, that is the hub for pretty ladies, Duke. That's it, Target.
Yeah.
I'm swiping right on Target.
Go,
I'm swiping right on
go,
Target.
go next to the Stanley Cups, the Sensi. If they got Sensis over there, I guess that's another good spot too to kind of peruse around.
Yeah, I'm telling you, fellas,
Target.
you get to your local Target and spit some game. I'm telling you, that's today's advice.
Target, so not necessarily a snipe, but we're looking to just have some good conversations for
Okay.
now.
All right. So
Right.
Target, you're in the talking phase.
Yeah. We'll get in the DMs, right? Like just so swipe right to get into the DMs and see where it goes from there.
I like it. I like it.
Yes. So there's Target. I'll keep that one there. Snow. Let's see how we look on the other time frames. Okay, this one's tricky. All right, but what I like here is just the inside day. Structurally speaking, we did where's my tool? Why is it green?
I like the green.
So, hey, that's why I did it. That's why.
Thanks, man.
That's why it's green.
Thanks, man.
So structurally, right, you can see we broke that lower or that higher low, confirmed a lower high.
Mm-hmm.
It's just with these kind of scenarios, you need to have a little bit more confirmation, just because I've gotten caught in scenarios that just went like that, right? Which happens a lot.
Yeah, gives the fake out
more,
of a trend change and then
ripper
to
you just need more context. My thing here is I like the inside bar, but it's really that's like nothing. You can't even see. I don't know if you can see. It's just
yeah, I can see it.
Hey, little guy, it's a little cold out, eh? So yeah, there's just barely any volume, right? But if we can close a little bit lower, that might give some indication of where we can have like a little impulse. So I'll be looking at that, but it has to close probably around 250.
Okay.
250. Yeah.
Is that what you would tell the other soldiers in the barracks when it's shower time?
If it's a little cold out.
Sorry, guys, it's a little cold out.
I'm an innie, not an outie. All right. I'm an innie, not an outie. That's what I'm telling you.
Hey, I feel that.
Yeah. So. Yeah. That's what I'd be looking at for snow. Otherwise, it's like right over the weekly EMA, and then that can get tricky. And plus, it's kind of opposite trend. So we need those extra confirmations. So
Yeah, what are we doing? Are we lowering our standards here for snow?
No, oh my god.
Or is it just like one of these Tinder profiles that like we're looking at, but we're struggling to make a decision?
Yeah, it's more like, man, that jawline is pretty chiseled. But I might get I could probably look over it.
That's not the direction I thought you were gonna go with it.
The jawline's pretty chiseled. Maybe she just didn't shave for a few days.
So this is maybe like swipe right if you're swiping when the bar is getting ready to close up.
Yeah, it was more or like let's just leave before they turn the lights on.
Okay. All
Everywhere.
right. So a little better than that. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Cause literally right now we're on the cusp. We're on the cusp. So we're on the So we're just inside bar. Yeah, I'd like to see more direct. So for now, we gotta swipe left. Right now that now that I have now that the brews have kind of wore off.
All right. So
swipe.
first two tickers we're looking at here. Target is something we're swiping right on potentially to look. You said about 2 weeks out. Maybe look to enter something this afternoon. And Snow is more something we're just keeping on watch for the time being.
Yep, we'll just leave. Yeah, I'm not even.
Okay. But we may revisit
we're
this
closing
next week.
out the app. Yeah, we're closing out the app. We're not even doing any of that.
All right.
Well, so Target has a potential for that next day's move. I just want more time in the event that it takes us a little bit to close under 84.40s. Because I want to capture this move all the way down to 81.15.
Gotcha.
That's the only reason for more time.
Okay. Generally speaking, you use weeklies?
No.
Okay.
No, not anymore. Just because as of late sometimes they've been doing like a
we did talk about this last week. I do remember you saying that. So you've been using like 1 week out. Is that would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 week, unless there's like a big price target that I want, then I'll probably do 2. Or if the cons are just fairly priced, like I try to, like, 2 weeks is fair, but 1 week also fair. Same. Same, but different. It's okay, guys. I am Filipino.
Yeah.
Next one is Netflix. Right? Oh yes.
Ooh, Netflix little ugly today after the split.
I haven't even seen the chain, dude. I haven't even seen the chain. I wonder how these cons look. But this one I like. I mean, overall, right, we had this huge jump, and then we were right under that 55, which is why I didn't want to go long. If you remember from last week. And then we ended up kaput. And then we tried here. I guess this was because of the split, right? We tried to push higher. Like this should have been it if we were going to push and hopefully kind of like get out of the weeds over here. But no.
Right back to the loops.
Jose, right here. We're right here again. So, I mean, it's still early in the day, so volume is not gonna be the greatest. But I mean, it'll probably, unless something super impulsive happens, we'd probably end. Oh my God! Why would I can't get rid of this? I'm trying to hide right here. So it'll probably end up.
Bro, your browser. You didn't want that browser to show, did you? The hub. Do you see that up there? Look at his face.
Oh my God.
Duh, bro. I think I had you.
Oh my God.
Your face was like, oh shit.
I was like, what is he talking about, dude? What is he?
Oh,
no, dude.
Look, Chad, I gotta get some acting creds on that. Let's go. I sold that. Did you see the look of fear in his eyes?
I was like, dude, I told you I liked animals, but you guys, I digress.
Got him.
That was a good one, dude. I was like, oh no.
I just heard you say I'm trying to hide something, and I was like, oh, I gotta mess with it. Okay, all right, back to business.
Yeah. So Netflix. If we get a good chunk of volume, probably good for up to 107. I mean, what's the ATR here? Average around $3, right? So that'll still be a good move for Senior Netflix. So like half
Netflix.
Yeah. So if we end up getting an impulse or stay around here and then we get flux and volume, that would be ideal. Other than that, we can just keep chopping in here. But we got legs. She has legs to the downside.
Give you some room to the downside.
Yeah.
She got it.
Wow, mademoiselle. Baguette. So, yeah, you know what? Damn, dude. I feel like it's like you bought me shots, so I'm cool. But like you're trying to hit on me, and I'm like, I just wanted drinks.
Oh,
but now I'm
okay.
too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, I know I said yes, but
Now you're second guessing.
Yeah, I was like, damn, like it's already around my ankles. Like, what do I? It's like, damn, I had to sober up now. Oh, it's crazy. Oh man. So yeah, if we get an influx of volume, then potentially.
Now, what do you
right now?
What do you watch for volume? Do you just watch like the volume bars on the bottom of the screen towards the end of the day, and if they start to pick up, or do you watch any sort of like order flow tool or anything like that?
No order flow.
Just basically watch the trend.
I'm only 50% Asian, and I did not. I adopted.
You didn't get the math
skin
side.
color. Yeah, I adopted the skin color and the height. I did not adopt the math. Right.
and the genitalia.
I told you this in confidence, Tyler. Wow.
You went French with us the other day. Where do you stand on this whole Candace Owen and Macron, the French president's wife? You have any idea what I'm talking about?
No. I mean, is she hot? What is?
According to Candace Owens, she was born a man, and she's significantly older than her husband, who is the president of France. And the president of France is suing her over these allegations that his wife is a man. Yeah. So wondering where you came in on that hard-hitting piece of journalism.
Well, I know where Candace Owens came in. The president.
Bro, I have no idea. We live in a crazy time, man. I don't know.
Oh no, dude. Dude, it's like, I mean, you had like what? The presidents giving each other blowies? I don't know, dude.
Oh,
I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't bother.
Yeah, that's a rabbit hole.
Here for the memes.
We maybe we'll start a new segment, and it'll be conspiracy theories with Duke, and I'll get you up to date on all the latest conspiracy theories.
I have a lot of foil. Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Any other charts looking good to you? We got right now. We had Target, Snow, and Netflix. Anything else in the Tinder queue?
Yeah, this one right here, a little quickie. The only thing I don't like is just how steep this is, but we did kind of consolidate here and then retest. So it can still push a little bit more. What I'm looking for is essentially just a close under 184. Or this, what 183.40, we'll say 40.
My man Duke is bearish. He's looking to the downside on 4 different names here. Ooh.
I'm just saying, well, if we look at
you're just giving you what the swipes give you, right? You can only play what's in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh, it just reminded me of a stupid joke. Oh, it reminded me. So, a cowboy and an Indian went
Okay.
went hunting,
Mm-hmm.
and then the cowboy said, "Okay, I'll go first, and then I'll shoot in the arrow I'll shoot in the air when I need help."
Okay.
And he's like, "Okay." So he went, found it, shot his gun in the air.
Instead of at the
And then,
animal.
yeah, well, like he had an extra bullet, dude.
Okay. All
Come
right.
on now,
Continue. My
you don't
bad.
go,
My
you
bad.
don't go
Didn't want mean
strap.
to interrupt.
No, so he shot in the air. The Indian came over, helped him. They went. Next day, the Indian was like, "How did you find it?" He's like, "I see tracks. I follow the tracks. Boom! I shoot the bear." And he's like, "Okay." And then the Indian, it was his turn the next day, and then he didn't come back. And then he came back like 2 days later, like crawling, his legs he was all maimed and stuff. And he's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
the cowboy's like, where the hell were you, dude? He's like, I see tracks, I follow tracks, and boom, the train hit me. It's so dumb.
Oh, man, I did
It's
not
such
think
a
that's
dumb
where you're
joke.
going with it. I did not think that's where it was going.
Oh, it's such a dumb joke, dude.
There you go. Hey, we are the stock dads. We gotta have some good dad jokes
Dad
in the
jokes.
holster.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's what we're here for. So BA, we can Mile High Club, eh?
Hey,
Mile High Club with
you just gotta hope with
BA.
Boeing that the plane door doesn't fall off when you're getting jiggy with it. No.
Yeah. Up.
Did you when that happened, when the Boeing door flew off the plane, did you see there was some dude posted he was on the plane. He was trying to open shorts on Boeing while he was flying in the plane.
Oh yeah.
Smart guy.
see
Smart
that.
guy. You gotta respect the hustle.
I mean, for like a good while, if you just bought puts every Friday and then played it into Monday.
You were getting some
Like,
you were getting some news. They were killing
No.
whistleblowers. they had doors flying off of planes. They had
Yeah.
planes crashing.
No, it was just earlier this year, but yeah. But it was like if you just bought puts every Friday and then sold on Monday, then you had like a 70, 80% win rate.
We live
It
in
was-
such
I
a
never.
such a crazy news cycle that the CEO of Boeing, I'm pretty sure, testified and was questioned about having whistleblowers killed. And it's like, yeah, we already just moved on past that. It's like, that's old news.
I don't know the amount of like when UFOs were officially released,
Mm-hmm.
like during COVID, but everyone was worried about COVID.
Yeah, you think it was just a distraction?
I don't know. Well, it was more like like a test. It's like see how much everybody's like concerned or like, damn, you want to learn about aliens this whole time, but you're concerned about COVID. It's like a sandbox. It's a sandbox game. Somebody's playing a sandbox game.
Yeah. Are
With
you
us.
you like you think it's just like a big simulation?
No, I wouldn't say simulation.
No, you don't. You're not that. You don't get that deep with it.
No.
Okay.
But it's just like you can't believe it, right? You can't believe all this crazy shit happening.
It's just it's
You ever played a Pocket God on your phone?
No, it's a game called Pocket.
The first iPhone, yeah.
Is it basically the same thing as Sims? I played The Sims when I was a kid.
So not as in depth.
Okay.
But is that like definitely you were controlling some tribe people.
Okay.
Yeah. So BA, yeah. Mile High Club.
Okay.
Below 183. We'll say 40. Just give it some room. Just
below
140. Yeah.
Okay.
Or around 183. So we're not being, just give it some room in case it gets like a 5-minute anti-glizzy. End of day.
Okay, so Duke's got 4-day. Well, I guess we swiped right on. I'm now forgetting who we did first. Target, right? Target.
Yeah.
We swiped left on Snow. We swiped right on Netflix.
No, we closed out the apps.
Okay,
On,
all right.
Snow
Okay.
and Netflix.
Okay.
Just to reset the algorithm.
Okay. And so BA, it depends where we end up near close here.
So I needed to drop it. Drop it this low. Right here. 183. Drop it low.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any tickers? We got about 5 minutes here. Does anybody have any tickers that they want Duke to take a look at really quickly that they may have on watch for a potential swing trade? Also, Duke, we have to pick a winner. We have a Tradeify 50K growth account that we got to give out.
Yes.
So, do you have any creative ideas for how you would like to pick the winner?
Let's go see creative ideas to pick a winner.
Whoever guesses whichever female child doll that Duke has in his lap.
Oh, I didn't have one today. I cleaned the room.
Man, guy cleaned his office. Unbelievable. All right, well, our fallback, our go-to when in a sticky situation, in a bit of a pickle, is we have our guest choose a number between 1 and 100, and whoever gets the closest without going over is the winner. So we can go that route if you don't have any creative ideas, and if nobody has any tickers for Duke to take a peek at.
Yeah, I cleaned this fricka out.
Jeez, man.
I mean, I do.
You don't have any?
Right,
do you have any like fun fact trivia questions? That would be good.
Let's see. I mean,
do you have
what animal is on this egg?
Is it on the back? I can't see it.
Yeah, I didn't want to show it. It's gonna ruin the game.
Oh, bro, you and that egg? I don't know. It looks like I'm trying to think of the movie. The Coneheads.
The Coneheads.
Yeah.
Hey, Margaret, we need to leave now.
You're a guitar player, right?
Yeah.
You got a guitar nearby? You can play a tune. First one to guess the tune.
No, it's downstairs.
Oh, come on. You were just
no. I mean, there's an
hard
animal.
Here. All right, so there's an animal in the back of this egg. Okay, all right.
The closest thing. The closest thing.
Now, all right, hold on. So let's lay down some. All right, guys, this is official. Whoever first one to guess the animal on the back of the egg head. I like this because they can't Google this. This is better than anything else we've done.
No.
First one to guess the animal on the back of Egghead will win the Tradeify 50K growth account. That's official. Now, before I'm going to lay down some ground rules. Is it just the type of animal? Or is it like a specific animal, like a movie character? Like
yeah, it's just a regular animal.
Okay, so it's just the animal. Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
We're
like
not looking for like man, I don't know. I'm gonna say Olaf, but a snowman's not an animal. But you get the point. You get the point.
Yeah.
We're not looking for Shrek.
No.
Okay.
It's a basic everyday animal. We'll say that.
Okay.
Unless people.
The guesses aren't rolling in. Right now, Llama's the closest. So
Llama.
Unless we get some more guesses coming in,
Llama might take the cake.
All right, chat. We got a free account up for grabs here. We got any guesses? Any animal guesses? I'm gonna guess. I might be eligible to win this one. The same person turned out another guess. I do have a guess, but I was trying to let the chat get it in. But hey, I'll take a 50K Tradeify account if I can get it. Come on, chat. We got any guesses?
How many do I get?
Listen, no one else is gonna guess, man. I said it's the first one to get it, so first one to get it. I don't think you're limited to one guess here. This is rapid fire, chat. Are you looking at the
It's
chat?
our Yeah, I
Okay,
got it
okay,
pulled
okay.
up over here.
No
Are
alpaca.
alpacas like normal?
Man,
Where
listen,
you're
guys, you
at?
gotta remember this is an egg on his head he's talking about. Do alpacas and llamas come out of eggs? Now, chicken makes sense.
Doesn't have to come out
Yeah,
of an
but
egg.
I
It
mean, if
can
you're gonna
be
put the
can be
animal on the
related.
egg, this animal's better come out of a damn egg, right?
Yeah.
A
I mean, I
dog.
also
Oh,
don't see
bro.
any llamas and alpacas like on toys.
Bald eagle.
Bald eagle bird.
Bird? No, nobody yet.
I mean, you let me know. Let me
I'm
know if we're
giving a
gonna
few more
if we're
guesses
just gonna choose.
before I get in on this. Maybe I have a gut feeling that I got it. To be honest with you,
Dude, it's it kind of
and
narrows it
chat
down.
is not making me feel like they are anywhere close.
Is it a lizard?
Is it a lizard?
Oh, fish.
Well,
No, I don't know.
Platypus. All right, I'm giving my
Platypus.
guess. I'll let 2 more guesses, and then I'm giving my guess. Chat, come on, chat. I'm hoping I'm about to pull out my dad skills here. I see an egg dad toy or kid's toy. I'm like, I think I know what's on that thing. I think I know what's on that thing. Turtle's a good guess.
Yeah, that's close. Seal.
All right, that's 2 more guesses. I'm officially putting my guess in. Duke, is it a dinosaur? That was my guess. Is it a dinosaur?
No.
Dang
This
it.
was a horrible.
I
This was a
thought I had
horrible
it.
decision.
What kind
All
of
right.
animal is on this egg, bro? All right,
All
guys,
right,
chat.
so-
I'm as lost as you guys now. I was over here thinking I
Okay,
was high and
egg.
mighty, all superior.
Egg, everyday animal.
Egg,
And
everyday animal.
it's around March, April.
March, April?
April.
And it's
is
not a
when-
turtle. It's not a bird. It's not. Egg. Oh, yeah, that's it.
There you go.
That's it. That's it. Let's go. As soon as he put it in the chat, I was like, that's it. April. Good hit.
That's it,
Let's
dude. Oh my
go.
God.
L dog. L dog.
L-
L dog X. L dog X. Shout out L dog X. You are the winner
Oh man, that took a minute.
of the Tradeify 50K account.
Yes, sir.
L dog X, are you in the Discord? If you could make sure we have a comment pinned to the top of the chat there. That is a link where you can fill out your contact information so we can make sure we can get you hooked up. If you're in the Discord, you could also open a support ticket. Congratulations, my man. All right, Duke. Well, thank you for joining us. I know none of the names were like super exciting to you. But thanks for coming on, taking a look at what we got. A couple names on the downside. So we'll see how things close today. Reminder, we have FOMC minutes coming up in about 28 minutes. So if you guys are trading, just be aware there could be some volatility that comes into the market at 2. So make sure you guys trade safe. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. We will be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. We have tomorrow's Thursday, right? So we got Adidas and Jordan. Jordan will be here this time, so that's exciting. Should be a fun day. Another jam-packed, loaded day. So thank you guys for hanging out. Peace out. We love you guys. Duke, thank you, my friend. We'll talk to you guys soon. Bye, everybody.
Later, guys. Later.